Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, Yeec, Africa, River State University Oil and Gas Training Center. Today is an epoch-making event and we are superlatively excited about it. Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, Yeec, Africa, River State University Oil and Gas Training Center. Today is an epoch-making event and we are superlatively excited about it.
The problem of unemployment gives rise to the problem of poverty. Young people, after a long time of unemployment, find the wrong way to earn money. To get a hideout from the unemployment stress, they accept alcohol or drugs. But we have found a way to help you, yes, you, to get a job, internship, or become self-employed. Hi, my name is Irene. Do you want a place where your innovative ideas and inventions will be amplified and showcased to the world to attract investors and linkages? Are you interested in building a career in the oil and gas industry? Do you have desire to learn cinematography and photography at no cost? Do you want financial aid or seek capital for entrepreneurial development? Or are you interested in ICT software development and surveillance training? Well, Yeec Africa is the biggest and newest platform to help you achieve your dreams. As Yeec Africa, we will hold your hands through the process by offering you the needed mentorships, trainings, fundings, and linkages. All Yeec Africa programs are free for her members. So, hurry now, register and become a member of Yeec Africa. How do you register? Simply log on www.yeecafrica.com/membership to choose your preferred membership category. When done, a unique membership code will be sent to you. Use your membership code to apply at www.yeecafrica.com/programs. Download the form, fill it, scan it, and send it back to us at programs@yeecafrica.com. To get all our announcements and updates, join our Telegram group for direct conversations at t.me/Yeec Africa Telegram. Being a part of Yeec Africa and getting our free trainings will be one of the best decisions you ever made. Your future self will thank you.
Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, Yeec, Africa, River State University Oil and Gas Training Center. Today is an epoch-making event and we are superlatively excited about it.
To register and become a member of Yeec Africa, log on to www.yeecafrica.com. You have different membership categories to choose from. You can register under student membership, graduate or associate membership, professional or associate professional membership, fellowship membership or cooperate membership. Please note that each of these categories have different benefits and opportunities. So click on your choice of membership category to continue. When you get here, carefully fill in your name, phone number, email and then choose a strong password you can remember. This next step requires you to also carefully fill in your correct details. Before completing this step, you'll be asked for an invitation ID number. This ID number belongs to whoever referred you to register. So kindly refer to the person, or just leave the box blank if no one did. When done, click on Save and Continue. Then go ahead and upload your passport or company logo. Make sure picture is not more than 1 megabyte. After successfully uploading your passport or company logo, fill in the required information and proceed to pay your annual dues. You can pay your membership due through ATM card, bank deposit, bank transfer or USSD code. After payment, your unique membership code will be sent to your email. This membership code is what you'll use to apply for Yeec Africa trainings. We hope this video was helpful. To apply for Yeec Africa professional trainings, log on to www.yeecafrica.com, then click on Programs. You can register for either ICT and surveillance, oil and gas, electrical and mechanical engineering, professional photography and cinematography, creative hub, seed capital for entrepreneurs or scholarships for undergraduates and postgraduates. For example, to register for oil and gas training, click on Oil and Gas Training. Take a while to read through the different courses to make your choice. Please note that some of the oil and gas training courses are online while others are hands-on. When done, scroll down to Download Form. After downloading form, kindly fill it, scan it and send it back to us at programs@yeecafrica.com to register for professional photography and cinematography training. Click on Professional Photography and Cinematography Training, then scroll down to Download Form. After downloading form, kindly fill it, scan it and send it back to us at programs@yeecafrica.com to register for ICT and surveillance training. Click only on ICT and surveillance training, then scroll down to download form. After downloading form, kindly fill it, scan it and send it back to us at programs@yeecafrica.com. For comprehensive details on each of the ICT courses, kindly scroll up to read more about them. Follow the same procedure to apply for electrical and mechanical engineering, creative hub, seed capital and scholarship. We hope this video was helpful.
The problem of unemployment gives rise to the problem of poverty. Young people, after a long time of unemployment, find the wrong way to earn money. To get a hideout from the unemployment stress, they accept alcohol or drugs. But we have found a way to help you, yes, you, to get a job, internship, or become self-employed. Hi, my name is Irene. Do you want a place where your innovative ideas and inventions will be amplified and showcased to the world to attract investors and linkages? Are you interested in building a career in the oil and gas industry? Do you have desire to learn cinematography and photography at no cost? Do you want financial aid or seek capital for entrepreneurial development? Or are you interested in ICT software development and surveillance training? Well, Yeec Africa is the biggest and newest platform to help you achieve your dreams. As Yeec Africa, we will hold your hands through the process by offering you the needed mentorships, trainings, fundings, and linkages. All Yeec Africa programs are free for our members. So, hurry now, register, and become a member of Yeec Africa. How do you register? Simply log on www.yeecafrica.com/membership to choose your preferred membership category. When done, a unique membership code will be sent to you. Use your membership code to apply at www.yeecafrica.com/programs. Download the form, fill it, scan it, and send it back to us at programs@yeecafrica.com. To get all our announcements and updates, join our Telegram group for direct conversations at t.me/Yeec Africa Telegram. Being a part of Yeec Africa and getting our free trainings will be one of the best decisions you ever made. Your future self will thank you.
Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club Yeec Africa, River State University Oil and Gas Training Center. Today is an epoch-making event and we are superlatively excited about it.
To register and become a member of Yeec Africa, log on to www.yeecafrica.com. You have different membership categories to choose from. You can register under student membership, graduate or associate membership, professional or associate professional membership, fellowship membership or cooperate membership. Please note that each of these categories have different benefits and opportunities. So click on your choice of membership category to continue. When you get here, carefully fill in your name, phone number, email and then choose a strong password you can remember. This next step requires you to also carefully fill in your correct details. Before completing this step, you'll be asked for an invitation ID number. This ID number belongs to whoever referred you to register. So kindly refer to the person, or just leave the box blank if no one did. When done, click on Save and Continue. Then go ahead and upload your passport or company logo. Make sure picture is not more than 1 megabyte. After successfully uploading your passport or company logo, fill in the required information and proceed to pay your annual dues. You can pay your membership due through ATM card, bank deposit, bank transfer or USSD code. After payment, your unique membership code will be sent to your email. This membership code is what you'll use to apply for Yeec Africa trainings. We hope this video was helpful. To apply for Yeec Africa professional trainings, log on to www.yeecafrica.com, then click on Programs. You can register for either ICT and surveillance, oil and gas, electrical and mechanical engineering, professional photography and cinematography, creative hub, seed capital for entrepreneurs or scholarships for undergraduates and postgraduates. For example, to register for oil and gas training, click on Oil and Gas Training. Take a while to read through the different courses to make your choice. Please note that some of the oil and gas training courses are online while others are hands-on. When done, scroll down to Download Form. After downloading form, kindly fill it, scan it and send it back to us at programs@yeecafrica.com to register for professional photography and cinematography training. Click on Professional Photography and Cinematography Training, then scroll down to Download Form. After downloading form, kindly fill it, scan it and send it back to us at programs@yeecafrica.com to register for ICT and surveillance training. Click only on ICT and surveillance training, then scroll down to download form. After downloading form, kindly fill it, scan it and send it back to us at programs@yeecafrica.com. For comprehensive details on each of the ICT courses, kindly scroll up to read more about them. Follow the same procedure to apply for electrical and mechanical engineering, creative hub, seed capital and scholarship. We hope this video was helpful.
Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, Yeec Africa, River State University Oil and Gas Training Center. Today is an epoch-making event and we are superlatively excited about it.
The problem of unemployment gives rise to the problem of poverty. Young people, after a long time of unemployment, find the wrong way to earn money. To get a hideout from the unemployment stress, they accept alcohol or drugs. But we have found a way to help you, yes, you, to get a job, internship, or become self-employed. Hi, my name is Irene. Do you want a place where your innovative ideas and inventions will be amplified and showcased to the world to attract investors and linkages? Are you interested in building a career in the oil and gas industry? Do you have desire to learn cinematography and photography at no cost? Do you want financial aid or seek capital for entrepreneurial development? Or are you interested in ICT software development and surveillance training? Well, Yeec Africa is the biggest and newest platform to help you achieve your dreams. As Yeec Africa, we will hold your hands through the process by offering you the needed mentorships, trainings, fundings, and linkages. All Yeec Africa programs are free for our members. So, hurry now, register and become a member of Yeec Africa. How do you register? Simply log on www.yeecafrica.com/membership to choose your preferred membership category. When done, a unique membership code will be sent to you. Use your membership code to apply at www.yeecafrica.com/programs. Download the form, fill it, scan it, and send it back to us at programs@yeecafrica.com. To get all our announcements and updates, join our Telegram group for direct conversations at t.me/Yeec Telegram. Being a part of Yeec Africa and getting our free trainings will be one of the best decisions you ever made. Your future self will thank you.
Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, Yeec, Africa, Real Estate University Oil and Gas Training Center. Today is an epoch-making event and we are superlatively excited about it.
I had some tantrums of saying, I can't do this is too hard. When I was a kid and comparing myself to everyone else and saying, I can't do it, I'll never be able to do that. My parents always sat me down and said,
Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, Yeec, Africa, Real Estate University Oil and Gas Training Center.
I had some tantrums of saying, I can't do this is too hard. When I was a kid and comparing myself to everyone else and saying, I can't do it, I'll never be able to do that. My parents always sat me down and said, look, Nick, yes, there are things that you can't do, but don't say I can't do it. Ask yourself, how can I do it? You know, there's ways around it. You can get from one side of the mountain to another, but you don't just have to walk over it. Maybe you can go underneath it or around it.
Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, Yeec, Africa, Real Estate University Oil and Gas Training Center. Today is an epoch-making event and we are superlatively excited about it.
The problem of unemployment gives rise to the problem of poverty. Young people, after a long time of unemployment, find the wrong way to earn money. To get a hideout from the unemployment stress, they accept alcohol or drugs. But we have found a way to help you, yes, you, to get a job, internship, or become self-employed. Hi, my name is Irene. Do you want a place where your innovative ideas and inventions will be amplified and showcased to the world to attract investors and linkages? Are you interested in building a career in the oil and gas industry? Do you have desire to learn cinematography and photography at no cost? Do you want financial aid or seek capital for entrepreneurial development? Or are you interested in ICT software development and surveillance training? Well, Yeec Africa is the biggest and newest platform to help you achieve your dreams. As Yeec Africa, we will hold your hands through the process by offering you the needed mentorships, trainings, fundings, and linkages. All Yeec Africa programs are free for her members. So, hurry now, register and become a member of Yeec Africa. How do you register? Simply log on www.yeecafrica.com/membership to choose your preferred membership category. When done, a unique membership code will be sent to you. Use your membership code to apply at www.yeecafrica.com/programs. Download the form, fill it, scan it, and send it back to us at programs@yeecafrica.com. To get all our announcements and updates, join our Telegram group for direct conversations at t.me/Yeec Africa Telegram. Being a part of Yeec Africa and getting our free trainings will be one of the best decisions you ever made. Your future self will thank you.
Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club Yeec Africa, Real Estate University Oil and Gas Training Center. Today is an epoch-making event and we are superlatively excited about it.
To register and become a member of Yeec Africa, log on to www.yeecafrica.com. You have different membership categories to choose from. You can register under student membership, graduate or associate membership, professional or associate professional membership, fellowship membership or cooperate membership. Please note that each of these categories have different benefits and opportunities. So click on your choice of membership category to continue. When you get here, carefully fill in your name, phone number, email and then choose a strong password you can remember. This next step requires you to also carefully fill in your correct details. Before completing this step, you'll be asked for an invitation ID number. This ID number belongs to whoever referred you to register. So kindly refer to the person, or just leave the box blank if no one did. When done, click on Save and Continue. Then go ahead and upload your passport or company logo. Make sure picture is not more than 1 megabyte. After successfully uploading your passport or company logo, fill in the required information and proceed to pay your annual dues. You can pay your membership due through ATM card, bank deposit, bank transfer or USSD code. After payment, your unique membership code will be sent to your email. This membership code is what you'll use to apply for Yeec Africa trainings. We hope this video was helpful.
I had some tantrums of saying, I can't do this is too hard. When I was a kid and comparing myself to everyone else and saying, I can't do it, I'll never be able to do that. My parents always sat me down and said, look, Nick, yes, there are things that you can't do, but don't say I can't do it. Ask yourself, how can I do it? You know, there's ways around it. You can get from one side of the mountain to another, but you don't just have to walk over it. Maybe you can go underneath it or around it, or there's always ways in achieving the same goal. The way that I've achieved in my life doesn't always look the same for everyone else. But the key to that success was I believed in myself. If someone else could do something, then I could try and work out how. It starts with believing in yourself.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. You're welcome to the Job Fair of Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, the long-awaited program. And of course, I can assure you that it's going to be worthwhile and worth your time. Without further ado, I want to especially welcome each and every one of us for logging in. If you're on YouTube, of course, you're on the right channel. For those who want to stream on our Facebook page, just simply go on Facebook and type Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club Africa or YEEC Africa. You're going to land right on the Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club Facebook page, and you're going to stream live on that. If you want to connect via Zoom, kindly follow the link on your screen, or that which you found on the flyer, and it's going to take you directly to the Zoom page. To ask questions on this platform, kindly use the comment section on every of the platforms. On YouTube, just as you are now, you can ask questions by simply using the comment section. On Facebook, use the comment section, as well as Zoom. It's imperative that you also use the comment section. If there are any concerns, you could please also use the comment section. Once again, welcome everyone to the long-awaited Job Fair program.
I had some tantrums of saying, I can't do this is too hard. When I was a kid and comparing myself to everyone else and saying, I can't do it, I'll never be able to do that. My parents always sat me down and said, look, Nick, yes, there are things that you can't do, but don't say I can't do it. Ask yourself, how can I do it? You know, there's ways around it. You can get from one side of the mountain to another, but you don't just have to walk over it. Maybe you can go underneath it.
You locked me off now. Why? Why? Okay. Chief, you're about to start. Quick, don't forget. I'm introducing him now for the work. For yes, yes, for okay. I guess you're all set up and you understood the instruction and the helps, the tips earlier shared. At this point, as an opening formality, it's imperative that we start off with prayers. Let us pray. In Jesus' name. Father, we thank you for whom you are and for what you've done. We thank you for this program. Our hearts are open and we are ready even to be empowered. We are asking, oh God, that you take charge, that everything that shall be done here in course of all of this session indeed shall be impactful and equipping to the praise and glory of your name. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen. So at this point, we're going to be calling on the president and founder of the Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club for his opening remark. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Engineer Kingston Silvanos, President and Founder of Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club. Ladies and gentlemen, let me, as my welcome address for this making event, let me first and foremost thank the Almighty God for this rare privilege given to me to address the August gathering of young professionals, industry leaders, and technocrats at this very important event. And to say that I'm particularly grateful is an understatement. Many have asked why Yeec Africa and why the melodrama of job fair. Oftentimes, my response is that Yeec Africa is the answer to the whys of the triple barrel problems devailing the African continent. And the Yeec Africa job fair is one of the melodramas that is necessary to address the issue of unemployment, unemployability, and access funding in Nigeria and Africa. As a registered professional development organization that aims to bridge the skill set gap between young professionals and entrepreneurship development initiative, we seek to support the development of Nigeria's human capital through quality technical and entrepreneurial enhancement skills necessary to facilitate economic growth. As an organization, our commitment to advancing and supporting entrepreneurs across Nigeria and Africa by delivering innovative programs and services that empower young individuals to achieve their full enterprise potential is total. And so, in doing so, we ensure that our mandate is consistent with the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, especially Goal 8, on promotion of sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive and decent work for all. It is on this note that I want to state categorically that this mentorship program tagged Yeec Africa Job Fair with the team empowering job seekers for economic prosperity in the new normal post-COVID is one of the strategic programs to prepare an array of vibrant and articulate young professionals whom Yeec Africa, through our oil and gas training and certification programs, have trained and made ready for onboarding, especially amidst beyond post-COVID-19 pandemic. While I sincerely thank Yeec Africa's fellowship and corporate members as well as mentors for their dogged commitment and unrelenting effort in supporting our programs and projects, we use this medium to present to you the first batch of over 300 well-trained professionals with tailored technology and industry-based certification programs. These young professionals are ready to take up jobs now to grow the industry and their own economic well-being. Therefore, I crave the indulgence. So please feel free to contact us for their details and we'll be ready to accept our list when we present it to you. We strongly believe that we can hold our hands together with you, Nigerians, Africans, spirited individuals. We strongly believe that we can hold our hands together, working and building Nigeria and Africa to a nation and a continent to be proud of in the very near future. By way of concluding my opening remark at this informative event, why use this video to announce Yeec Africa 2021 special programs, which are Yeec Africa Skills Revolution, Yeec Africa Emerging CEOs Platform, and Yeec Africa to unless the triple barrel problems devailing Nigerian nation and African continent at large vis-a-vis unemployment, unemployability, and funding. Let me, on this occasion, on behalf of our administration, at least thank our race of resource persons at this mentorship program, Yeec Africa Job Fair. Engineer Justice Verapaka, Technical Advisor to Honorable Minister of State, Dr. Ama Ikuru, General Manager, Capacity Building, Nigeria Content Development and Monitoring Board, Engineer Emeka Onachukwu, President of Develop You, Reverend Mrs. Chinelu Dilimino, Principal Consultant, Finance International, Mr. John Obidi, President, Estat Africa, Dr. Wisdom Ena, Engineering Technical Lead, ExxonMobil, Dr. Hale Sumai, the MD CEO, Oil Skills Limited, and Chairman, Optan, South Zone. Engineer Ephraim Wanakizi Field, CEO, Aspirants Consult, and Mr. Victor Anesi, Team Lead, Trinity. To all trainees and participants, Main Edition Job Fair Program of Yeec Africa, I especially congratulate you and welcome you all. God bless. Thank you and God bless you.
Divide the screen. I know, divide the screen. Thank you very much, the president and founder of Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, for that speech. Thank you so much for all those who are hooked in right now on all the various social media platforms of Yeec Africa. Without further ado, go into one of the very first speeches by a seasoned engineer, Dr. Wisdom Enang. At this point, I'd like to share a little about him. Engineer Wisdom Patrick Enang, PhD, is the engineering technical lead for ExxonMobil. Dr. Wisdom Patrick Enang is an internationally published authority in the field of engineering, with so many of his publications disseminated by renowned international journals like Renewable and Sustainable Energy Reviews, journal by Elsevier Publishers. He also serves as a review authority in several international journals and as a keynote speaker in various national and international conferences. And so we are particularly privileged to have engineer Dr. Wisdom Patrick Enang, who will be taking us on a talk on effective resumes and cover letters. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Engineer Dr. Wisdom Patrick Enang. His audio is off. His audio is off.
Yeah, hi.
His audio is off. As soon as he gets it right, tell him to go.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Hear
Okay,
you now.
okay. All right, thanks, appreciate it. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for having me today on this very special occasion for the Yeec Africa Job Fair. I'm really excited today to be on board to share a topic for which I'm very passionate about because of how in more recent times it affects employability. So today I will be talking about effective resumes and cover letters. Do you have my slides? You could project it, please.
Okay. Just a sec. Just a second.
Yes,
The
please.
slide is going to be. I'm having a challenge here.
All right. Thank you so much. Can you still hear me? Please confirm.
We can hear you.
Thanks. All right, I'll get right into it. Right. So today, I'm going to start out by saying that an effective resume is a ticket to an interview in addition to uh, the skill set that you have. The resume is just you being able to put this forward for a potential employer to see. Sorry, I'm echoing. Can you hear me well? So I'm echo. I can hear some echo.
Yes. Yes. We can hear some echo. Yes. We're sorting that out right away.
Okay. So today we're going to be looking at, importantly, the resume, cover letters, and applicant tracking system. Those are the key stuff that we're going to be looking at. Next slide, please. So, as the from an introductory standpoint, as the lockdown eases, millions of people who have been out of work are preparing for a post-COVID-19 job search. Unfortunately, job search right now is expected to be even more challenging than usual, with the number of employed or unemployed workers expected to rise to the greatest total in decades. This means a more competitive market. In the post-COVID-19 era, one thing employers will need to emerge stronger and win is to staff with skill who can help them succeed. That means if you want to get hired in this new normal, your resume needs to highlight certain vital skill sets and threads needed for the new normal. And this includes the ICT competencies, such as your ability to use online workflow communication tools, considering that most jobs will be done virtually, good time management skills, and independent working abilities, as you may have to be working away from your boss's supervision, and your abilities to thrive and be productive in the midst of ambiguity and uncertainty. Next slide, please. So today I would be, a few objectives that we'll be looking at. Next slide, please. The few objectives we'll be looking at is, at the end of today, we're looking at setting you up for success in the opportunity search through effective resume and cover letters, helping you understand the importance of a good resume as a marketing tool, helping you learn to write a good resume and a cover letter, and helping you to understand and optimize your resume for the applicant tracking system. Hi, Noble, are you there? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? All right. Okay, next slide, please. So, effective resume tips. Right, okay, thanks. A resume and cover letter are your marketing tools to make an impact on a potential employer secure an interview. A resume is a brief, informative summary of your abilities, education, and experience. It should really highlight your strongest assets and skills and differentiate you from other candidates seeking the similar position. Although a resume on its own will not get you a job or internship, a good resume is important. It's an important element towards obtaining an interview. Tailor your resume to the type of position you're seeking. This does not mean that all of your experience must be directly related, but your resume should reflect the skills that the employer is looking out for. On the right, I'm not going to go into it a lot because it's quite things that we do very often. There are guidance as to what format the resume should take and what information should be detailed. I've got a more detailed slide, which I'll share at the end, and we can look up that. Next slide, please. So what are the do's of an effective resume? First and foremost, you need to keep it to 1 page or 2 pages, depending on experience, but not more. You need to include any special recognitions or accomplishments of projects that you are involved with. You need to write about yourself in a positive light. Strive to be concise and target information to the employer. Make sure that the information you're putting there is per the role that is being advertised and the employer that you're potentially looking to work for. Within the headings, list informations in a chronological order and be consistent in your format or contents. Next slide, please. Hi, next slides. Okay. The don'ts of effective resume. Do not include personal information such as religion, height, weight, and marital status, except required. Do not use slang languages and abbreviations. Do not make negative comments about your previous employer. Do not include salary requirements. There is a stage for that at the negotiation stage. Do not try to fit too much on a page. Allow some spaces, make it easy and a good joy to read. And then you can always provide references at a later point if you're struggling with space. Next slide, please. So, what are the tips for writing an effective resume? You need to do some homework about the job that you're looking to write that resume for before writing it. You need to think of your resume as a selling tool. Begin with your core strengths. Put this forward first. Use bullet pointed sentences instead of lengthy paragraphs. Use action words like prepared, developed, accomplished, monitored instead of passive words. You've got to take action and you've got to own the skill sets and the performance of your successes that you're documenting in the resume. Different companies or countries have their guidelines. Seek to understand what guidelines work best. If you're applying overseas, look at the acceptable formats that they're looking for. Do not fake anything. Avoid exaggerating your strengths and remove unnecessary inputs that add no value to your resume. Your resume language should be fact-based with quantifiable evidences of past achievements. And this is something we need to be very conscious of, because at the interview stage, you'll be asked to quantify the inputs and the results that you had on the different roles that you're putting on your resume. So you should be able to have that, and it should be something that could be verified. Proofread to avoid spelling and grammatical errors. Endeavor to have current or updated information on your resume. Avoid uncommon fonts and stick to the professional fonts such as Times New Roman and Calibri. Make your resume formatting crispy and easy to read. Next slide, please. So we've talked about the resume, but that isn't all. Typically, the resume is submitted with a cover letter. So we need to understand what is the ideal way our cover letters should be that will, that will be able to add value to the resume, and with two of them, you're sure that that end is covered. So a cover letter is your introduction or executive summary to the resume. So it sort of complements the resume. The main point of a cover letter is to tie your experience to the job description or expand upon your achievements in the resume. Showcase your personality and explain why you're a good fit for the job. So when you put a cover letter together, you look at the job description and be sure those words relate directly to those in your cover letter and your resume. Your cover letter, when paired with your resume, helps the manager and recruiters to screen your job application. Next slide, please. So what are the attributes of an effective cover letter? Your cover letter should be in 3 or 4 paragraphs. Any longer might lose the interest of the reader. In the first paragraph, you're looking at 4 to 5 sentences where you talk about the position that you're interested in or applying for, briefly introduce yourself and indicate where you've learned about the opportunity. In the second section, the body of the letter, you have 1 or 2 paragraphs. You share detailed examples of your qualifications and position-specific requirements. So that is where you elucidate how you meet the specific requirements of the employer. In your closing section, in about 3 to 4 sentences maximum, you summarize your qualifications and restate your enthusiasm for the job, and also include preferred contact information for the employer to follow up with you. Now, your cover letter needs to be clear. It needs to express your qualification in words that mirror what the employer provided in the job description. Do not try to impress with a long list of accomplishments. It needs to be convincing. The employer will make a decision based on the candidacy of your candidates based on the combined cover letter and resume packages, and that would often determine whether you proceed to the next stage. You have to articulate a connection between the job description and sell your skills. The question you should be asking is, why should an employer hire you? Next slide, please. The general checklist for a good cover letter. The words and action verbs in your cover letter should be reflective of the job description. Always be professional. Use proper grammar. Check for spelling and punctuation errors. Do not use to whom it may concern. Address the letter to a specific recruiter or hiring manager whenever possible. Or write dear sir or dear ma. Use paragraph form for your cover letter, not the bulleted points that we're looking at for the resume. Tailor your letters to specific situations or organizations by doing a research before writing your letters. Do not overuse the pronoun I. When emailing a recruiter or hiring manager directly, use the body of the email to write 2 to 3 sentences that introduce yourself and mention what position you're applying for. Include your cover letter and resume as PDF attachments, and do not cut and paste your cover letter into the body of the email. Do not cut and paste the content directly from your resume to the cover letter as well. Do not be forward in requesting for an interview. Always allow the recruiter make the choice. Keep to 1 page, no more than 3 to 4 paragraphs where possible. And then remember that your cover letter is effectively a marketing tool. Use very, very punchy and action words that would drive, very clearly the value that you're going to offer to that role. Always put yourself in the reader's shoes. Write, What can you write to convince the reader that you're ready and able to do the job? Next slide, please. Now, in the last bit, I will be talking about the applicant tracking system. And the applicant tracking system is a sort of software that is used by recruiters to scan and rank CVs and eliminate candidates deemed less qualified for a position. Only those candidates that pass through the electronic sort of gatekeeper will be reviewed by the HR, because most companies have thousands of job applications on a monthly basis. So, this is like a gatekeeper. Essentially, it's a way of electronically reducing the applicant pool to a manageable number. But the important thing is, how do you get through this electronic gatekeeper so you don't get qualified, but in fact get kept out of the pool? Now let's have a look. Imagine a situation, next slide, please. Imagine a situation where you're highly qualified for a role, but you don't have a chance to showcase your potential, even at the first stage of the aptitude test or interview, simply because your CV was marked unqualified by a software without getting to the HR manager's desk. But this is the case for 75% of those CVs that are scanned by the ATS system. With so many candidates applying for roles, it is more likely than ever that employers would turn to methods to expedite the evaluation process. In many cases, that means using the applicant tracking system. Unfortunately, this is the new normal, and it's not going back. 98% of big firms use this, and therefore, if you're applying for a role in a big firm where there are hundreds or thousands of applicants applying for a similar role, then it is imperative to craft your CV with the ATS in mind to avoid automatic disqualification. The ATS is meant to make recruiting managers' life easier, but not that of the candidate. It scans through CVs, passing those written within its robot sensibilities in mind. The rest of it is just simply tossed into the dungeon, and you can beat these hiring bots, but you need to understand, how do they work? How do they filter out the CVs? And essentially, what do I need to do to optimize my chances? And that will be covered next slide. So when you're preparing a CV for the ATS system, essentially, you want to have a couple of guiding, looking out for some guiding principles. So you need to include the keywords that you'll be looking out for, and avoid putting out too much information that will be distracting to the system, and use very clear job titles that are known by recruiters and for which the system would have been programmed for. So when you're looking at the keywords, you're looking at look at the job ad as a starting point. 9 out of 10 times, the job ad will contain specific skills and qualifications that the recruiters are looking for. Your task is to make sure these terms are listed in your CV. For example, if a recruiter has listed system analytics as required skill, and you have system analytics experience, then make sure the term system analytics is captured in your CV. Use clear job titles. Calling yourself a director of first impression when your job title is simply a receptionist is simply not going to do you any favor when you're trying to beat the ATS system. Recruiters will search for job titles they are aware of and is used popularly. So it is important that the job titles in your CV match what they have in mind and what is used commonly. And try looking through all the vacancies advertised by the recruiters to see what language they use and mimic this in your CV. It is very common to list all the special things that makes you a wonderful employee. Your willingness to learn, your positive attitude, your excellent work ethic. However, the ATS system will not be picking up any of these. So you got to include them, but be careful not to be distracting and be counterproductive to the ATS system. Stick to actionable skills and qualifications instead, as these are terms that will help you beat the bots. Then, next slide, please. When you're looking at formatting your CV for the ATS system, you need to make sure you're using the right font size that is easy to pick up. You'll be using, keep the information in the body of the document and avoid putting stuff in the header, because typically the target locations for the ATS is actually the main body of the CV itself. Now, include specific qualifications. If there's something that takes you, sets you aside, or makes you different, or adds some value versus other candidates, make sure you include this information. If a job vacancy requires the candidate to possess a particular skill or qualifications, then it is likely the recruiter will use an applicant tracking system to search for CVs containing those specific qualifications. Therefore, including skills or qualifications section in your CV will ensure that this is picked up during the search. Remember to list all the relevant skills and qualifications in simple language that the recruiters is likely going to be looking for through the ATS system. Finally, you need to also clean up your social media presence. Some ATS softwares can also search the web to assess your social media presence. So not only your CV needs to be cleaned up and made to pass the ATS system, but your online presence has to also pass this assessment as well. For example, a lot of recruiters turn to LinkedIn as a way of validating the information on your CV. So that is all I have to share for today. I welcome questions where available. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wisdom Enang. That's really an eye-opener, just like someone recently commented. It was an eye-opener even for me. I saw quite a number of new things in the post-COVID-19 era, especially in the new normal. And of course, quite a number of persons are not privy to this. There are really concerns prior to this time where people submit applications for jobs and somehow they don't get to hear anything, and they ask themselves, what's wrong with all my first class and all of that? I must say this is really, really beautiful and an eye-opener. So at this point, for those online on all the various social media platforms, it's now time to drop in your questions if your questions are not here already. Other questions already on the social media platforms? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for that beautiful presentation. Like Dr. Noble said, this has been an eye-opener. I really learned a whole lot about how to compute my CV and then the cover letter. Well, I have a bit of concern with putting up your the cover letter. No. The other, what's the other one? The resumes. So a situation where you have an experience in a particular field and you want to tailor your resume to another area, perhaps you had some certification and you want to open up your profile to capture opportunities in those areas, and you really don't have experience already, and you have to tailor your CV. How are you going to put it together to be able to have some form of experience to show in this new area you want to open up to?
Okay, right. So if I get it right, you've got an experience in one field and you want to change to another field, and you're looking at how you're going to write your CV to present yourself, especially for the other. Sorry, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Okay, so if that is your question, what I'm going to say is this. Typically, there are two ways to do that. And I know because I've been there. I started out my engineering career with the automotive sector, and then I came into oil and gas. But what I did differently was simple. I had to present the value-added skills that meant, what the employer at the time was looking for was me being able to learn quickly. So whilst I didn't have the skill sets for oil and gas at the time, what I simply did was to rewrite the CV to at least sell me as a candidate that is very dynamic about learning, able to put together their own learning framework and steward it independently. So you never know, an employer may just be looking for that bit of your CV. You're not going to lie that you have an experience in a field you don't, but what you want to do, you want to experience reflects your willingness to learn and the other value-added skills that you can bring to it. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sure, we can.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Any other questions?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm just going to reply to the question from Idika. A job opening says you need 10 years of working experience and you're just a fresh graduate. Now, I would tell you, even if you're saying, what should be your response, it might be included in the ATS. If you're not qualified, you're not qualified. It should maybe be an indication of what you need to, the skill sets you need to gather between then and 10 years for you to be well situated for such opportunities. But I'll tell you something, employment is not just about resume, cover letters, and the ATS. Those are, I will call them stage gates. And there are other stage gates, including the interviews. So eventually, even if you could cheat the system with some way and get through, it gets found out. And that's not, very good for credibility. So in as much as you try to keep it real, there are, and then focus on looking at the skill set and positioning yourself. A lot of the opportunities that you're seeing today may actually be indicators of what skills you need to hone into should in case they come out tomorrow. So, that would be my guidance on that. Are there any other questions?
Yes, just one more question.
Yeah, sure. We've got a question in the chat box.
Just a minute. Okay, a question on the chat box.
All right, can I go ahead with that one?
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, so what I would say to you is it's not about, so when you say proper or professional, I would like to reiterate that there isn't a wrong or right answer, and I'll tell you why. You could say, come back to say, well, I know someone that did that and he got hired by a company, but it depends on what those guys are looking for. But here's what I'm going to say. The best value you can add is not to repeat the CV in the cover letter, but to provide some sort of value added insights that sort of addresses very key strengths that are already in your resume, but maybe adds a little bit more context to it. I think that's the best thing. So you're leveraging on your cover letter to add more value to your CV. There is no gain of value in repeating both the cover letter and the CV. They're both the same thing. But as I said, people get away with it. It depends on who is looking out for and how strict they are. So it's not a case of proper or professional or right or wrong. It's just a case of improving your chances by just adding more context in the cover letter that will reference and add a lot more value to the CV. That's the way I would answer that. Any more questions?
Please. All right. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, sorry, we had some network concerns. Okay, so his question was, he went for an interview and he was requested to say how much he would be paid. And he was the opinion that, of course, he had to engage them, and based on my profile, you should be able to know how much you would pay me. And somehow they insisted, and he had to air out a figure. How do you manage such? So probably he's not underpaid or overpaid, because
Okay.
I've personally had an experience, okay, where I knew, later I discovered that I was underpaid. Okay, when I got into the company, that my figures were too low, compared to. So how do you manage that, basically?
Okay, so it all boils down to your pre-employment research. Before you go to a negotiation table, make sure you have some findings about what the company is offering. Do they have a well-structured pay scale, or are they sort of very much dependent on how strong your negotiation skills are. So this will give you the leverage to be able to do so. There isn't a one answer fits all, because I've been in a situation where I understated what I wanted, and they said, look, for your qualifications and your skill sets, this is where you belong on the scale. So the truth is this, but you just have to do your research. What I learned from there was very key. You need to just do your research, check for what competitors are paying, because it is one thing to mention an amount, it is another thing to be able to justify why you should be paid that. Are you bringing some skill sets to the table? Are you bringing, what value are you bringing? How much is it obtainable? Is the obtainable value out there for your, your colleagues that are in the same role? So the truth is this: once you know this, because the next question follows, it's a chicken and egg problem. The next question after that is, why should we pay you this amount? So knowing why you should be paid the amount gives you the confidence to tell the employer the figure and let him know you understand what you're talking about. So it all boils down to the research you do before the day you're called for the salary negotiation.
And as a follow-up to that, where you are not privy to research with respect to that figure, how can one really manage that? Yes, it's true that one could, for the big companies out there, one could make some inquiries, and it is easy to get all of that. But for some startups and all of that, how do one go about that particular research?
Okay, so it then boils down to what amount you feel is fair for the company that is going to be hiring you, and it's enough for you. And that's the truth, and reflects the value that you're bringing to the table. Now, I have had situations where I've spoken to, I tried to get a freelancer, and this, what you've just spoken about, it's typically when you get hiring a freelancer. Now, I spoke to the freelancer and I said, how much are you going to charge me for this? It was for a web development job. When he mentioned the amount, I felt it was actually on the high side. And the next question was, why do you think I should pay you this? He went on to give me value added points on what is bringing differently to the table. Now, that was a very big shift, almost a double, a 200% shift from the position I wanted to have initially when I spoke to him, but just listening to the value. So there was a guy who was able to prove to me that it was bringing the value of 3 people in one. So he's actually an all-round developer that could do both the user interface as well as the coding. And he just told me, look, you're hiring 3 people in one, and that's why I'm billing you. But what that did for me was to let me put in context the value he brought. So if you find yourself in that situation, it has to be value driven. The employer has to understand why he has to part with that money, and that you represent good value for money.
Thank you very, very much for that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you so very much, Engineer Dr. Wisdom Patrick Enang. We're so grateful. This is really enlightening. And the audience right here and those online have been impacted and empowered to go out there and be more valuable. I'm very sure that in the next couple of weeks, we will begin to receive positive feeders from the outcome of this lecture. On behalf of the management of Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, I want to say a very big thank you to you. Thank you for your input. Thank you for the time you spent to put this together. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so we just finished that session, very powerful session on effective resume and cover letter by Dr. Patrick Enang, who is a man with so many experience in the oil and gas industry, as well as in the corporate world generally. And so without spending more time, we're going to go over to the next speech. On effective interviewing techniques. Effective interviewing techniques. We live in a world where people are smart, yes, academically smart, and they can do all that they can do when it has to do with the mathematics and every other thing that has to do with their academics. They also know their craft, but somehow they do not understand the dynamics on how to go about convincing the employer that they are indeed fit for the job. Personally, I've had an experience where I was privileged to interview a few persons, and I saw one very young man. He had a quintessential CV, but then he was unable to communicate and express the fact that he's fit for that job. And so I'm going to be bringing on the stage Reverend Mrs. Chinelo Dilimono. She's the CEO and Principal Consultant of Finance International. Chinelo Dilimono is a woman of many parts who has been a positive influencer in the last 3 decades and impacted so many within Nigeria and internationally, speaking and singing in many countries, including Gambia, Cameroon, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Britain, Scotland, and the United States. She is an experienced, multi-gifted, multi-talented, and multiple award-winning Christian leader with a demonstrated history of positive influence with her vast well of wisdom and skills in music, coaching, conference speaking, counseling, ethics. She holds her first degree in biochemistry and botany from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka in 1991, as well as an LLB in law from the National Open University of Nigeria in 2017. Mrs. Dilimono is an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators and an associate member of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators and an internationally certified etiquette consultant. She is the CEO and principal consultant of Finance International, a finishing school of etiquette, civility, and protocols, and a world-class center of modern-day holistic social training and education with a focus on ethics, etiquette, character refinement, and personal development. She's a long-standing Christian leader in South Nigeria, an author of several books, and she co-pastors a thriving church in the city of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. She has been married for over 20 years and is blessed with children. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome Reverend Mrs. Chinelo Dilimono.
Well. Thank you, Mr. Noble. That was quite a long one, a long read. All right. The floor now, or I should hold on for you?
Please go on.
Right. Okay, then. Thank you so much, Yeec Africa. It's such a privilege, it's such an honor and a delight, really, to be here today, to be part of the Yeec Africa Job Fair 2020. And as has been introduced, my topic today is effective interview techniques. So I'd like to first of all thank our engineer Kingston Silvanus and the entire team of Yeec Africa. Thank you, Mr. Noble. At this juncture, I'll try to share my screen if it's okay from here. I hope the network will also be kind to all of us. And let's see how it goes for the next 20 minutes. And also, I'd like to, before I even say anything, appreciate Dr. Enang for a fantastic session. I was in on it throughout, just listening. And, life is about learning. And the day you stop learning, you start dying. Learning, I learned a lot today, and I'm so also grateful. Dr. Enang, thank you so much, and a thumbs up to you. Okay, let me see if I can share my screen here. Great. Awesome. Okay, so today we'll be talking about the effective interview techniques. Dr. Anand had spent time telling us about our resumes and how important our resumes are, and putting our resumes together and the cover letters that we put over it. But you see, like I think I heard him say, even though you have a resume, you must also remember that you have to attend sometimes an interview. And this is where this comes in. So I don't need to introduce myself a second time. I've already been introduced. My name is Chinelo Didimono, and I'm an etiquette consultant. And just to help Mr. Noble, my organization is called Finesse, not Finesse. So it's Finesse International, a finishing school. Right.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. I said that earlier, life is about learning. So we just keep learning. And I believe this is one of my mantras. This is one of the things I sincerely believe, that life can be lived to the maximum and on the brighter side when we understand the hows of life. I heard you say that, Mr. Noble, that sometimes people apply for jobs and they're wondering where their applications went to. There's some other how-tos that are needed or required when you're applying for a job. So I'm going to start with a general idea. I like to start everything I do with definitions, because when you have the proper definition of a thing, it helps you in following the trend of thought of the speaker. So first things first is effective. Effective is a very strong word in the topic I was giving. And effective is simply the attribute of being successful in producing a desired or intended result. It is that attribute of being successful in producing a desired or an intended result. And then the next word in the topic is technique. This is very, very key. Technique is a skillful or efficient way of doing or achieving something. A skillful or an efficient way of doing or achieving. It can be anything. And I discovered that in life, everything has a science to it. Everything has a process to it. So being skillful in any of it is learning the technique. So in attending an interview, there is also a technique. There is also an efficient way of attending attending an interview that would help you to almost be certain, except in a situation where you have what we call, the best among equals, and then somebody better than you is chosen, but you know that you've given your best because you've applied the right technique. So we could say that an effective interview technique is simply this: an efficient way of doing or attending an interview in order to achieve the desired result, which is to get the job you applied for. When you're applying for a job, the hope is that you will get the job. But there are certain things that must be put in place, having your resume and then also attending the interview and making sure you do a good job in the interview. All right, so these are the interview types I'd like to zone in on because I have just 20 minutes. The physical interview, your telephone interview, and your virtual interview. But I'll pay more attention to the physical and the virtual, and maybe a little stronger also on the virtual, because we're in the new normal. And in the new normal, ordinarily post-COVID, a conference like this will be held in a physical location. But obviously, we're all moving to the platform where the new normal is being experienced, and the virtual, having a virtual interview now comes into play. Right. So what is the purpose of going for an interview? Number one is an opportunity for the company to know you, to know what you do, to know what you can offer, to know what skills you have. And then it's also an opportunity for you to sell yourself, your potentials, your skill, and your experience. And please note that I said to sell yourself first, because oftentimes people attend an interview and they're like, I've got the first class, I've worked in XYZ places, but they've forgotten that it's not just, you're dealing with human beings. You've got to sell you as a person. You've got to sell who you are, and then you can tell me about your potentials and your skills and your experience. It's been said that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And in caring for them, it means you're going to sell yourself to them in such a way that they would appreciate your person. Then they now want to know what you can offer. So in this session, I'm going to be doing what I call the sandwich principle. In the sandwich, what you do is you put the first slice of bread, then you put in the rest of the stuff, and then you put the other part of the bread, and then you have your sandwich. So I'm going to start with before the interview. What should I do if I'm going to be attending an interview? What should I do? What is important for me? What is important for you who's looking for a job? First things first. It's I think there's a movie that we I think was shot many years ago in the 1960s, Sound of Music, and one of the songs on that movie was "Let's Start from the Very Beginning." A very good place to start. A very good place to start is by being prepared. And if you note underneath what on my slide is written, can you see my slides, Mr. Noble? Because I need to know. I have a feeling you're not seeing my slides. Can you see my slides, please? Can you see my slides?
Yes, I can see your slide.
What do you see on the What do you see on the screen right now?
Effective interview techniques, empowering job seekers for economic prosperity in the new normal. I see 3 pictures. One is like a meeting setting, another is a woman with a thumbs up.
Okay, I think something is missing because I've shown about 10 slides already. So I'm going to see how I can get you to see it. Just in a second. Can you see this?
Be prepared.
Right. Okay. Okay, we'll take it this way then, I suppose.
Okay.
So I was talking about being prepared. The first personal tip, in attending your interview is personally to be prepared. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. When you're properly prepared, definitely when you're going for an interview, one of the things that happens to a lot of people is that oftentimes they just a minute, please. I'm having a bit of issues here. One of the things that happens is that they get anxious, they get tense. Not many people have that confidence to stay before other people and ask questions or answer questions. So sometimes when you're not prepared, it even causes your performance to be lower. But if you prepare yourself before attending an interview and you have the tools, you've studied and you've done your homework, it becomes easier when you're faced with either an individual or you're faced with a panel. I remember many years ago that I was going to tell my story when I came to the city where I reside, Port Harcourt, and I was to attend an interview. I didn't prepare because I assumed that because I was coming from a different organization that naturally I would be taken, I would know what to respond. And then the questions started and I realized I wasn't prepared. I remember at some point they asked me to do a Microsoft presentation. And I just couldn't do it because I wasn't prepared. So it's very key and very important. There are 4 things I'd like us to take a look at today. Things that you must prepare before when you're going for an interview. Number 1 is to research. Research. Today we say Google is your friend. So research the history of the company that you're applying for a job for. Thank God today, literally every organization that knows its worth has to have an online presence. They either have a website or they have a social media platform. Usually they would have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn. These 4, so you can find them there. So research the history of the company, research the vision of the company, where's the company going, what is the mission of the company, find out their pain points, what are the problems that they're trying to solve, begin to think about how you fit in. Now, most often when people are attending an interview, what they're thinking of is, oh, I need a job so that I can be paid. But in the world today, globally, most organizations, when they want to employ, they're looking for someone who is an asset to the company, someone who would deliver to the company. So research that company, find out their vision, find out the mission, find out their pain points, and use what we'll call the PCS format. The PCS format simply means find out what the problem is, know what the consequences of that problem is, and then come up with a solution where you fit in. When you've done that research, it helps you when you're faced with the interview panel. Then the second thing I'd like to mention is your personal grooming. Your personal grooming, how you present yourself, your outlook, your attitude during the interview, your persona, your demeanor when you come into the place of your interview. These things are very key. I'm going to show us later on as we go along a little, research or, on what happens in an interview room. And you find out that for many people, what we focus on most is actually least in the interview arena. So your personal grooming, unknown to many, is also part of it. For a man, if your hair is well cut, if your nails are long, people don't know that certain times when you're attending an interview, they notice it, especially if it's a physical interview. Your interviewer might notice it. I'll tell you a story of a young man who went for an interview. And before the actual interview date, the company asked everyone to go for dinner. And they didn't know there was a CCTV camera that was watching them. And how they were eating and how the young men were taking food, they didn't realize it was all part of the interview. The way they were dressed, the way they were talking, their personal grooming and their persona was also part of the interview, but they didn't know. So you need to put all those things into perspective and then rehearse your responses, because sometimes, there are likely questions in interviews which most people know, but in the global, setting of today, sometimes they may ask you questions that are off the hook. So you take a research, study what are the things that they're more likely to ask me, and then what are the other questions they might ask me that wasn't even in the plan. And then another thing, also prepare just in case they ask you to do a presentation. Have in your head, what are the things, if they ask me to do a presentation, what presentation would I stand up and give? Maybe they ask you to do a 3-minute presentation and you'll be able to do it off the hook. And then also, you must have your documents and your tools with you. We've had situations where people went for an interview and they realized, oh, I forgot one certificate at home, or I didn't know I was going to have a written interview, and then you don't have a pen. And then you turn around and ask the interviewer for his pen. That's a no-no, all right? So I'm going to go to the next personal tip, which is be positive. Be positive. Napoleon Hill says, whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. Be positive. As you go for the interview, one of the techniques, positivity is like a spirit. Positivity is an air. Positivity adds to your demeanor. When you're negative, it shows in your facial expressions, it shows in the way you respond, it shows in the inflections of your voice, it shows in everything. So work right. So be positive. Think positive. Tell yourself, I'm going there to sell myself. I'm going there to sell myself. I'm going there to show what I can do, what I can offer. Don't go with the mindset, I don't know if I'm really going to get this job, maybe something. Don't have that mindset at all. Be positive about it. And then this is another thing. The third personal tip I'd like to mention is be punctual. Preparedness and punctuality are two of the most important qualities for any leader. My coach, who just passed away not too long ago, always said to me, every time you have to attend a meeting, be on time. Because every time you are punctual, you show respect for the people that are going to be waiting for you. So another thing is be punctual. If you have an interview, go on time. Don't go too early, but don't go late. The minimum time you should be there is to be there at least 30 minutes before time. Be set up. I was to be on this platform today. I set up and I was part of the very first session. I had to make sure that my system was working and everything so that when I'm called, I can come up. So the same thing, be on time. Secondly, what it does for you is it helps you to handle your anxieties. When you, like I said before, when you have to attend an interview or face people that are unknown to you, there is a measure of anxiety. And so part of dealing with it is to be prepared and then to be punctual. When you come, if it's a physical meeting and you're punctual, you find that the atmosphere is easy for you to, to relax. All right, so I'll go to the next thing, which is what happens during the interview. What happens during the interview? If it's a physical interview, what happens during my physical interview? This is one key thing that I really love to talk about to people, your likability quotient. Your likability quotient, people see you and feel you before they hear you or know you. And it's called the first impression. Your first impression matters if you're going to have an effective interview. One of the techniques is to put on your likability quotient. Your intelligence quotient is very important, but your likability quotient is also very, very key. Now, how do you attend to that? You walk into the room. The first thing you do when you're going in for an interview is don't frown your face. Your smile goes in, your facial expression, because that's the first thing every interviewer in that room is going to be looking at, your face. They're not going to look at your shoes, which should be polished, really. They're not going to look at your clothes, which should be ironed and proper. Yes, but they're going to look at your face. When they see you, what do they see? Do they see a fake smile or do they see a real smile? So your smile is very important. Your handshake, how you're going to shake hands with the interviewers, because you walk from the door to the table, and most likely the interviewer would stretch out a hand to shake your hand and say welcome. And if they don't, I'd like to point this out. You don't stretch out your hand to shake your interviewer unless he stretches out or she stretches out her hand to shake you. But now that we're in the post-COVID era, there's literally no shaking. So there are ways you could do a little curtsy before them to show acknowledgement. All of these things. Your deportment, how you carried yourself from the door to the table, very key. First impressions. Are you walking with your head down? Are you walking with your shoulders slouched? All these are very key. Your deportment, your sense of confidence. And now I've got to state something here, that for many people, they think that confidence is arrogance. But you see, confidence is very different from arrogance. When you walk in with your head up, your shoulders squared, and then you show respect for the people. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir. These are very key. When you come in, it exhibits your level of confidence and your respect for the people who are in that interview panel or in that room. Then your comportment, your attitude, what you do while you're there. These are very key. These are very key techniques, making sure that you have the right comportment. When you sit down, you sit properly. You sit properly. It's part of your comportment. And these are things that interviewers look out for. Then also your body language. What are you saying? Are you showing that I'm afraid? Are you showing that, I really don't know what I'm doing here? Your posture. Are you sitting, bent over, or are you slouched? Maybe they leave you for a few minutes and then you sit slouched and you stretch out your legs before you. These things are part of your first impression as you attend your interview. So I'm going to mention a few of the do's and the don'ts while you're in an interview. And I'm going to run that through because I know my 20 minutes is almost out. Never you pull up a seat to sit down without being asked to. There are people who walk into an interview venue and then the next thing they do is they pull the seat and then they sit down. You never do that. And even when you're asked to sit down, please don't pull the seat except it is in an uncomfortable position. Before you do that, you would ask, please, may I move this seat? And then they would give you a yes. And then you sit down. And also note, once you're done with your interview, one of the things that you mustn't forget is to put the seat back in the situation where that seat was when you walked in. Then the second thing is don't put your hands in your pocket when you're walking in through some people, young men, this is for young men particularly, don't put your hand in your pocket when you're walking through to your interviewer's office. Never place your personal effects. For the ladies, your bag, don't put it on the table. Don't touch anything on the table. Don't take a pen and say, oh, excuse me, may I write with your pen? Never do that. That's why you must be prepared. Have your pen, have your pencil, have your eraser, have an extra sheet of paper, have whatever it is you need for your interview. Then you never slouch, I've said that before, and never cross your legs, your ankle over your knee. When you put your knee and then you put your other ankle across, you don't do that. You can cross your knees, you can cross your legs at your ankles, or you keep your feet flat on the floor. Right. Then I'm going to go to the next one. Never answer a call when you're going for an interview. These are part of the techniques because interviews are holistic. They're not just thinking about what you're doing, but the holistic person. When you're sitting in front of your interviewer and your phone rings and someone says, oh, I want to put it on vibration, don't even put it on vibration. Take it off vibration, put it on silent, or put it off completely. And then in the interview, don't criticize your former employers. Oh, they were very mean and XYZ. You're telling your new boss that this is the kind of person you are. You're a critic and you criticize your superiors. So don't criticize your former employers. Don't wear very strong perfume that will fill the room because the person interviewing you might just be allergic, might be allergic to certain fragrances. So ensure that when you're coming in, you are properly groomed, you don't have body odor, you're using a perfume that is mild, nothing too strong. And I'd like to stress on this part. Don't use improper terms and expressions. I find that a lot of people, especially in the young generation, job-seeking generation right now, we have our colloquial slangs, but it's not to be used in an interview. Example, they ask you a question and then you say, yeah, or you say, sure, of course, no probs, and several other expressions and these are improper terms. Never use them. What you use in an interview, and I'm going to go there now, you respond warmly, intelligently, enthusiastically, and honestly. I heard Dr. Enang talk about honesty. Many times some people attend an interview and want to tell lies. The interviewer might just be trained well enough to be able to put holes through your lies. And many times when you're honest, because people are looking not just for capable people and, people with good demeanor, but they're also looking for honest people to work with. So be honest in everything that you say or whatever they ask you. And if they ask you a question that you can't answer, it's very simple. Nobody expects you in an interview to know everything. It is allowed. You can simply say, I'm sorry, I really don't know this one. And I think a good interviewer would give you a plus for being honest. Number 2, do's. Always use the power phrases. Yes, please. Excuse me. Pardon. Thank you. May I? Always use those power phrases. Always say, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Never say yes. Of course. Don't use those terms. And then keep your hands in front of yourself, never on your interviewer's table. Always keep them in front of you. And be aware of your body language. Just be very aware of what you're exuding as body language. All right, so part of the do's as well, be yourself, be free. Don't swing on your seat when you're there. Be composed. Ask a question or two if you need to. Be friendly to everyone. Look at your interviewer in the face. Look at them in the face. When they ask you a question, yes, ma'am, yes, sir, and answer looking them in the face. Now, let me go quickly to a virtual interview. And I just hope I'm not too fast for you because I do know that I speak pretty fast. Okay, so in a virtual interview, these are things that must be done. First of all, set up and pre-test your device and platform. Make sure you pre-test before the time. Then log in at least 3 to 5 minutes before the time and stay there and wait for your interviewer to come and probably bring you into the platform. Remove every form of distraction. Tell the people around you, if you're at home, if you're in the office, tell them, please, at this point, I don't need any noise. I don't need any sound. I don't need any distraction. Put off the TV. Now I'm distracted and my phone is ringing. Then 4, be well dressed, propped and positioned. Sit in an upright position. Make sure that your face is in the center of the screen. If it's your phone, if it's your laptop, if it's your tab, if it's your iPad, make sure you're in the center of your screen. Put yourself there. Then be in a noiseless and well-lit environment. Have soft copies of your documents. You have the physical ones, but still have the soft copies, so that if they ask, please send it to us, you can either share it as a screen or you can send it quickly as an email or something, but just make sure you have all of that available. So after the interview, and I'm almost out of my time, after the interview, what do? When you're done, you ask when to expect a decision, or if you could call. Some people would say yes, call. Some people would say no, we would call you. And then thank the interviewers for their time. A thank you goes a long way. Thank them for their interview. Thank you for their time. And then if you received the invitation for the interview by email, remember to send a thank you email back. This is a close for your interview. Always make sure you send a thank you note, an email, a text message, or whatever. So in conclusion, I told you that I was going to show you the ratings, actually, the average interview ratings that I found. It's amazing. If you look at the screen, you would find that the job qualification is just 10% of your interview. It's 10% of what the interviewer is looking for, your job qualification. Reason being that you could be a newbie, they can train you. So you might not even have the absolute and total qualifications they need, but your person can get you a job. Now notice that in the red, the communication skills here is 25%. How you communicate, because you're not working alone, you're working with other people. Notice also that in the green, which is your appearance, is 25%. How you look, because they want to know how you represent their company. But the big deal is your attitude. Can they relate with you? So these are also very key so if you have all these little snippets and tips as part of the techniques you use, you're most likely going to get the job that you desire. So from me to you, I'm wishing you all the best. And thank you, Yeec Africa, one more time. Thank you. So if there are any questions, I'll be very open to answering them. I can't hear you. I think you're muted. So,
okay.
Right.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that beautiful presentation. It was really wonderful and insightful. There are quite a number of things I didn't know prior to this time, and I'm sure both the live audience and those online are actually grateful for that. So without further ado, I would like to take questions, if there are questions here. And okay, Jumbo and Dikibor, I see that. Thank you. Okay, if there are questions, please do well to drop them on the comment section. Those on Facebook, you can drop that. We're going to see it. Those on YouTube, you can drop that. We're also going to see it. And the live audience, I see that one person has a question. And so, okay, there's a second hand here. So who would want to take those questions? Just pick it first now. Yeah, I wasn't.
So, which questions?
You're muted, so I can't hear you.
Okay, good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
My name is Esosa. So, thank you for your informative lecture. I just want to ask, in a situation where you're nervous, how do you work around it? Maybe you're in the room with your interviewers, and maybe there are like 4 or 5 of them, and you find yourself very nervous. How do you work around it? How do you comport yourself to answer the questions correctly without flaunting? Thank you.
Or formally. All right. That it, earlier on in my presentation, I mentioned how important it is to come on time. One of the things that happens when you come on time is it helps you familiarize yourself with the environment. It helps you relax. But when you're right in the interviewer is not a beast, is not an animal. So if you're nervous, I mean, some of us have watched some of these like The Voice and talent hunts. You discover that when someone is nervous, he says, "I'm actually feeling nervous," and a good interviewer will tell you, "Calm down, take a few minutes and breathe in." The breathing exercises that we do, you take in a deep breath and calm down. Don't be in a hurry to respond. Calm down, breathe in. If it's possible, they could ask you, "Are you nervous?" And you'd say, "Yes, I'm actually a little nervous, but give me a few minutes and I'll be ready." And then you take your time. Actually, what causes nervousness is when your mind is running fast and your mouth is trying to run fast as well, and then you start getting tense. So calm down a little bit and then respond. I hope that helps. You're muted, so I can't hear you.
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome. I am an applicant, and on the table of the interviewer asks, "Tell us about yourself." At that point, what do I say? Should I focus on my persona or on my skills, knowledge in the job I'm applying for? Tell us about yourself. Who are you? First of all, this is your name. My name is XYZ. You start by telling them who you are, first of all. There is what we call the 1 minute sellable profile of who you are. I am Chinelo Dilimono. I am the CEO of Finesse International, a finishing school where we teach etiquette and protocol. I say that and I'm like, this is what I am here for. I'm here because I have XYZ skills. And I hope that with my skills, I will be able to, be a part of your team and add value to what's happening here. Now, start by talking about who you are, your name, and then you can now, first of all, then you can now go ahead to talk about the things that you do.
Okay, I hope that helped him. I guess, yeah, I guess that's quite straightforward. Okay, so we have one more question online. So can we take that off? Okay.
Right. How do you cope with mild? I wonder what is mild. Mild sexual passes from an interviewer in an interview. Now that's for the ladies. It's a tough one. You need the job, yes. You need the job, right? But you need your dignity intact. You need your dignity intact. So I'd like to say to if you're a young lady, much as I know you need the job, much as I know, but you'd like to leave that place knowing that you got that job because you deserved it and you earned it, and not because you played your way to get it. So if you have a mild pass, you can simply step back. But if it becomes a little stronger, you can actually say, "Thank you, sir." And then you can actually leave, really and truly, if you have such passes at you and it's becoming uncomfortable. An interviewer's job is not to make you uncomfortable sexually. So if they do that, then you can actually put a stop to it by saying, "I'm very sorry, sir. This is not part of my interview. But if he goes ahead and presses on that, you might have to walk away, because I believe your dignity is more important than the job.
All right. Sorry, I knew I said that was the last one, but let's hear from Mark Derifaka. He has a question to ask.
Right. After all your good compositions during the interview and your
and you were called, but did not get a job. What could be?
Yes. There are various reasons. And naturally, what happens is you begin to think you failed. You might not have failed. If a company wants maybe 2 persons for a particular job, and then they have you you did very well, and we have 3 persons. Somebody made a 90, another person made an 89, another person made an 88, and then you made an 87, and all they wanted was 3. You did very well, but it's just that probably they took the best 3 who were just a mark or a score better than you. So don't start by thinking I didn't do well. And that's why when you prepare yourself and you do all the things that we've talked about as preliminaries, and you sell yourself and you deliver and you know you've delivered, then you leave the rest and wait. If you didn't get it, it means that there's something better for you. That's why I said in my second point, personal tips, be positive. Be positive about your skills. Be positive about yourself. Be positive about what you have and your assets and the things that you have to deliver. If you didn't get it, then another job is available for you. Keep trying, keep applying until you get the job that suits you.
Okay, thank you so very much, Mark. Okay, I know that one of the concerns right now is too many rejections. Of course, in our present day Africa, we see that quite a number of persons going for too little space. Okay. Right. I heard of a very popular oil and gas company, an E&P company, that was recruiting for just 10 vacancies. Okay, and it was on record that about 120,000 persons applied for that role. So, what do you think could be the distinguishing factor? What can I do right that is not commonplace knowledge to be able to give me an edge somewhat, so that I could be able to have some competitive advantage?
There's something we call the extra mile. That's one. Number 2 is being able to, aside selling what you have, listen, every organization is looking for a problem solver. Every organization. So when you've done every other thing that you're supposed to do, that little extra thing would be the problem that you uniquely can solve. And that's why every one of us, I was thinking about it this morning when I was preparing for this, every single human being has something that you can offer to solve a problem of another person. So if you do your research well at the beginning, and understand the company's pain point, when you're done with your interview, most often they would ask you, do you have something to say? You can add that as an addendum, as an addition. That also, aside this, I also observed that you might need XYZ, and I'm willing to help there if you ever need it. And if I do come into the company, I'll be willing to help in that direction. You've given them another window, just in case you don't get the one you're looking for. You've said to them, I noticed that there's another area you have a need, and I'm available to meet that need. You'd be shocked. They could call you for both. So all I'm simply trying to say is make sure that wherever you are, over deliver. Even in the interview, over deliver. That's what, because there are many professionals out there. There are the competition generally is very high. And now we're in a global We're in a global economy, right? There are people across boards who are certified, who have skills and assets just like you or much more than you. So you've got to just keep pushing and make sure that you over deliver in selling yourself. Thank you, Jumbo.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It was a very wonderful session with you. And on behalf of the management of Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, I want to say a very big thank you to you for your time. Thank you very much. And your student is giving you a standing ovation here.
God bless you, Honorable. God bless you. Well, I'd like to say to the live audience, can I say this to the live audience? I've pictured all of you sitting there. First of all, sit up, and then your smile is key all the time. All the time, all of you in the live audience, everybody give a smile. It's very key. You never know. You never know. I'm looking at all of you, the lady in red. I'm looking at you, the young man in white. Always show that you're excited. Always show that you're positive. I know that this is going to work. You bring that into the room. When you bring it into the room, you can't be resisted. Let me tell you what we resist. And then you sit slouching and you're looking as if you're disinterested. No, I'm the best woman for the job, so I'm going to do it. Like, you do it. Thank you so much, Yeec Africa. It was a fantastic time being with all of you. I hope to meet you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Knock this chief off now, quick.
Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, Yeec Africa, Real Estate University Oil and Gas Training Center. Today is an epoch-making event, and we are superlatively excited about it.
Okay, I can see myself here. Okay, thank you so very much for the live audience and those who are joining online. It's been over 2 hours of very insightful and impactful sessions. I believe that we have been empowered. I trust that all that has been shared with us so far has been really helpful, and we're going to launch out there. You see, one of the things Yeec Africa is passionate about is we're passionate about empowering job seekers, empowering them to be able to make the difference out there, to stand out, to stand tall and get the job. One of the concerns and the arguments is that, look, people are unemployable. And many times that may not just be the case per se. It could just be that these guys have had all the skills and certifications that they need, but they do not have what it takes to grab the available jobs. And so I want you to, as the sessions keep unfolding, ask yourself, what is my keeper? What am I taking home? What are my action points? What am I going back to do to my CV? What am I going to do right at the front of the mirror? What rehearsals? What are those extra things I need to add to myself to be able to be ahead of the very highly competitive job market? So thank you so much for being on this program this far. So at this point, we're going to go to a talk on the corporate profile of Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club to just know a brief about this particular organization, this group, who we are, what we do, and exactly what we stand for. So in the next few minutes, that session is going to be up. Thank you very much. It's fine. Okay, so this is Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, popularly known as Yeec Africa. So I'll be taking us through the corporate profile of Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club to know what we stand for and what we are all about. So we're going to look at a brief introduction of Yeec Africa, vision, mission, the goals and objectives of Yeec Africa, the statement of problem, and the solution that we offer. Yeec is a registered professional development organization with the Corporate Affairs Commission number, just like you see there. It's a non-profit, non-governmental organization which seeks to promote the concept of entrepreneurship and contribute to professional networking of vulnerable groups. Yeec Africa seeks to address the lack of entrepreneurial skills and professional linkages among young persons in Nigeria and Africa. We provide access to training opportunities. We create access to small and medium scale enterprise funding and startup capital, saving and enterprise development support. We create financial independence among young professionals. People come out of school and somehow do not have what it takes to land their dream jobs. Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club is there to eradicate in its totality the issue of unemployment and develop Africa. Our mission is to be the foremost platform for the promotion of entrepreneurship and honing enterprise skills in young professionals as a catalyst for inclusive and sustainable economic growth. And our mission, so that's our mission. The vision is to bridge the skills set gap between young professionals and entrepreneurial development by delivering innovative programs and services that empower young individuals to achieve their full enterprise potential. So our goal and objective is, as you can see on your screen, to mentor and to guide, just as you see there, to train, to create opportunities for young people and professionals out there, to provide funding and linkages, to advocate. By advocation, we mean people who have all the skills. Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club seeks to say, look, this person is employable, this person is there and is employable, pick him. Because some people live with all of their competence in obscurity. So we advocate for such kind of persons. We create networking opportunities, and we're also there to provide education. So what exactly is the problem that we seek to solve? Next slide. The unemployment rate, according to the National Bureau of Statistics, is on the high, with 55.4% of young people between the age of 15 and 34 still unemployed. Some of them are, of course, underemployed within just the same period. By underemployment, we mean someone with a master's or a PhD, for instance, doing a job that maybe a school cert holder should be doing as a result of the unavailability of jobs that fit his status. Next slide, please. So we are to bridge the skill set gap. For those who do not have skills, we ensure that they get the needed skill to land them their dream jobs. Next slide. So the answer to this question is entrepreneurship. The answer to the whole question of unemployment, the answer to the question of unemployability is entrepreneurship. So how do we imbibe entrepreneurial skills to be able to launch out as people who really want to make a difference in our nation and on our continent at large? So our approach is, sorry, just a second. Could you please go up? After statement of problem. all of the things that are needed, for all of the support that is needed. It could be support of trainings. For some persons, they cannot afford the kind of trainings that their dream job requires of them because it's very capital intensive. And so there is a need to say, look, this person or this particular individual needs this training. And so Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club identifies that there are some persons who have all the creative ideas, but just what is separating them between that and making all the difference is lack of funding. And so we ensure fund creation. Our programs include internship and employment. We have the career clinic, just like what's happening here right now, where we try to ensure that people are well equipped to take up available jobs. The Seed Capital program. At the Seed Capital, what happens is that people are given grants, investors are gotten to ensure that people's ingenuity doesn't die with them. The Imagine CEOs platform is an initiative that Yeec Africa is currently running with to be able to raise chief executive and business owners of reputable organizations. The Creative Hub, people with creative ideas come together to be able to foster great startups, great companies, training and certifications, whose importance cannot be overemphasized. For training and certifications, we have the consent of ensuring that all of these very expensive trainings in the oil and gas, in photography and cinematography, in a whole range in ICT and surveillance is actually mitigated to see that these ones get these trainings at no cost. Scholarship awards, all of our student members, we give scholarships to student members of the organization where an exam is set and the best of them are picked and awarded all of those scholarships and given the support to go through school. Gala and award nights for those who distinguish themselves in all of our programs and activities, including our corporate members, including that of our fellowship members, and all supporters, mentors of Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club. The Entrepreneurial Work is an advocacy program that the Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club currently fosters, where we try to make these oil and gas companies, all of the employers of labor know that, look, we have the wherewithal, we have the human capital resources to run any organization, if only you can choose to look inwards. Programs, okay, just like our trainings and programs including internship and employment, oil and gas trainer certification, electrical and mechanical engineering, professional photography and cinematography, data analytics and artificial intelligence, Yeec Scholarship Award, Yeec Research and Development, Yeec Womenpreneur Grant. All of these details and how to go about them are found on the official website of Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club. The Imagine CEOs platform, just like I had earlier said, is aimed at raising millions of successful CEOs of organizations on the African continent, helping them to grow from scratch to stardom and fostering social and economic prosperity on the continent. The Creative Hub is a platform where talented individuals come together to harness ideas, foster and advance far-reaching innovations and of national and international relevance. Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club's program is free but strictly for members of Yeec Africa and is intended to provide succor to youth and young professionals of Africa who are passionate about personal growth and community development. Yeec Africa is not only for engineers, but for everyone on the African continent. Okay, other Yeec activities include networking and social events and so much more. Yeec Entrepreneurship Conference, Yeec Annual Dinner. Go down. So who are our target audience in Yeec Africa? They include secondary school students, undergraduates, postgraduates, next. National Youth Service members, the unemployed, the unsatisfied employees. In Yeec Africa, our membership categories are the student membership, graduate membership, professional membership for engineers and non-engineers, associate membership, fellowship membership, and corporate membership. Next, please. So benefits of being members of Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club. All this information, for want of time, is stated very clearly on the website. For student members, they have their own benefits. For graduate members, for professional members, for corporate members, for fellows of Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, all these have their benefits. And so Yeec Africa is really supportive to support and appreciate quite a number of organizations as a result of what they do on the African continent. They include companies like ExxonMobil, Total, Shell, Seplat, LNG, and all of the organizations that helps to foster entrepreneurial drive on the African continent, as well as government organizations like the Petroleum Technology Development Fund, PTDF, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, as well as the ITF, the NDDC, the Bank of Industry, Central Bank of Nigeria, including international organizations. So currently, Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club have a number of ongoing projects as well as proposed projects, and it's imperative that we let you know about them. And they include the current ongoing training of 1,000 persons from Obolo Youth Coalition, the training of 5,000 youths each from the National Youth Council of Nigeria, the Bayelsa Edo State, Cross River State Chapter, and Akwa Ibom State Chapter of National Youth Council of Nigeria, training of 5,000 Bayelsans for in view of the brass fertilizer and petrochemical companies, raising 2,000 manpower for the LNG Train 7 project, 20,000 youths on livestock and various ranges of agriculture, and the list is long. 20,000 members of the youth membership, the youth demography that make up the Niger Delta development area, the training of 400 young professionals in various oil and gas courses, the Yeec Africa Job Fair, just like the one that is ongoing right now, training of 1,000 persons in ICT and surveillance, and so much more. And going by the chunk of already trained and people who are being trained on various skills and organizations in Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, we want to use this medium to call on employers of labor to send us requests, because right on our platform are skilled and quintessentially trained young professionals in various skills, in various ranges of oil and gas courses, as well as ICT and surveillance, CCTV installation, inverter, solar panel installation, web design, artificial intelligence, data analytics, and so much more. Are you an employer of labor? Do you need vibrant people to grow and build your vision as an organization? Simply send us a request on employees request as yeecafrica.com, and we have those men and women, young people to foster ingenuity and creativity in your organization. Yeec Africa seeks to have an established footprint on all of the nations on the African continent. There are various membership categories. As just like every other organization, there are membership dues that makes you a legitimate member of an organization. And for the students, as you can see on your screen, the figure is there for that of students, associate students, graduate members, professionals, associate professionals, corporate, the various categories of corporate membership. And of course, their benefits is therein listed. Please go down. To support this noble cause from anywhere in the world through your kind donations, the details are right here. It's also imperative to know that all of the information that is being shared with you right now on this platform is clearly stated on our website, www.yeecafrica.com. We have an executive management, which is headed by the founder and president of Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, Engineer Kingston Silvanus, and his team, just as you can see on your screen. These are social media platforms for all the information, for direct interaction with the hello. For direct interaction with the executive of Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, you can follow us on all of our social media platforms. We are located at House 27, Route 314, Transamadi Gardens Estate, and every other contact information you'll find on our website. That was a long one. We have a very special guest waiting in the background, who is about to come up in a very short while. And so it is imperative that I introduce this great personality to us. Next on the speakers for this program, who is to come to tell us on effective job search strategies, is Dr. Ama Ikuru, the General Manager, Capacity Building of Nigeria Content Development and Monitoring Board. Dr. Ama Ikuru is a graduate of Civil Engineering from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He bagged his Masters of Business Administration, MBA, and PhD in Management, Business Policy and Strategic Management from the River State University of Science and Technology, Port Harcourt. He joined the board from Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria, SPDC, on leave of absence, having garnered 22 years work experience with SPDC prior to his engagement with the board in July 2018. Dr. Ikuru was the manager, program management, Fit for the Future program in SPDC. He also led other management positions in the course of his career with SPDC, including manager, Upstream International Cost Ambition Program, manager, Community Content Development, and head, Corporate Affairs Planning and Strategy. Dr. Ama at SPDC won the following awards and commendations: Award of Excellence from the Royal Dutch Shell CEO, Special Recognition Award for Exceptional Performance in the Planning Team Delivery in 2014, and excellence in social performance for the Shell Contractors Funding Scheme. Dr. Ikuru has in-depth knowledge and expertise in strategy formulation, organizational cost efficiency, stakeholders management, contract funding, and human capital development. He has also initiated numerous laudable programs that have promoted indigenous capacity and capability in the oil and gas industry. Dr. Ikuru is a member of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and a seasoned writer who has several written publications and conference papers. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome the General Manager Capacity Building, Dr. Ama Ikuru.
Can you see me?
In a few seconds, Dr. Ama is going to be with us. Okay, you're very welcome, Dr. Ama Ikuru. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much for the introduction. I need to put a few caveats in place before I start. So my presentation of the few lines I will present this afternoon with this organization, one does not imply any partnership between this organization and the Nigeria Content Development and Monitoring Board that I work for. That's number one. Number two, we have agreed to discuss or share our thoughts on this one because we've taken that this organization is a not-for-profit organization that supports the development of youths and young Nigerians, and so we are ready to freely share knowledge to improve the welfare of people. And then number three is that this Yeec is not in any way the implementation arm of what we do at the Nigerian Content Board. So I'll give you the link if you want to partner or benefit from any of the things that we do in the Nigerian Content Board. That now in place, I can go quickly to present my paper. And I want to start by thanking the organizers of this forum, the Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club of Africa. I am particularly delighted that we still have a number of good Nigerians who are working for the benefit and progress of Engineer Kingston, who for me is the brain behind my invitation because he has tried to get me to talk on this forum severally, and I've not been opportune because of so many other things that I do. So thank you very much for inviting me. I believe you have established the protocol for today's meeting, so I'm not going to distort that protocol. I will stand on that protocol and go very quickly to deliver my paper. Okay, so the President and Management of Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club Africa, distinguished members of YEEC across Africa and beyond, amiable participants. These days, you have a lot of participants online. We recognize all of you, gentlemen of the press, if any, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am particularly delighted to be here and to be with you to share my views on the occasion of your 2020 job fair with the theme Empowering Job Seekers for Economic Prosperity in the New Normal Post-COVID, with focus on effective job search strategies. Let me start by commending Yeec Africa for organizing this important event and in sustaining the commitment towards achieving its goals and aspirations at a time that the entire world is trying to recover from the devastation and devastating impact of COVID-19 and the immeasurable footprint of uncertainties created around the entire world. Today's event reflects the fact that young engineers and youths are determined to take the future in their own hands and remain committed in maximizing the limited opportunities available to us globally and the limited investment space that we see. This seminar is very important and dear to my heart and to the heart of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. As a matter of fact, if I use the Nigerian statistics, National Bureau of Statistics, put the unemployment rate in Nigeria at 27%, meaning that we have over 21 million unemployed people in Nigeria looking for employment, which is why a seminar of this nature at this point is quite apt. 21 million people are looking for jobs in Nigeria. And the same agency, posits that there are 28.2 youths in this category, which translates to about 13.9 million unemployed youths in the country. 13.9 million unemployed youths. From the same database, the Nigerian economy is only able to absorb less than a million, about 540,000 youths yearly, which is the number of jobs that we create in the Nigerian economy. So when you compare 21 million unemployed people and 13.9 youths who are unemployed, and the availability of only 540,000 employment opportunities, you see the need for us to guide, support, help young engineers, young people on effective job search strategies. Now, as if the challenge is not enough, we have the COVID-19, which has almost changed everything. Yeah, it has transformed the global economic landscape and organizational ecosystem, and has created a new process and strategies powered and driven largely by technology and smart innovation. This development has triggered huge uncertainties regarding organizational needs, job requirements, also, set a clear transition course for countries and people willing to participate in the fourth industrial revolution. For us and for me and for young people, it begs the question if there are things you can do to be amongst the lucky 540,000 persons that will get the job for next year and then the year after. What do you need to do to be one of them? And I'm here to share good news with you. There are things you have to do to get the best jobs all the time and to be on the list of the lucky few that will be called each time you submit an application. I will put it and use simple terms to describe it. The first thing is that you have to, from day one, prepare yourself for the job that you want. The way they say, failure to prepare means preparing to fail. Now, it's no use dodging all the study areas that you feel are challenging and taking the softer ones, and then you want to get the best job opportunities later in life. It doesn't work like that. So you have to start on time to say what you want. Do you want to work as a medical doctor? Then you start studying towards becoming the best medical doctor. Do you want to work as an engineer? Then you start on time to work towards becoming the best engineer. Yeah. Abraham Lincoln once said, I will study and prepare myself, and someday my chance will come. Or putting it the other way, I will prepare myself and get ready, and chance will find me. So, question for you, are you ready for that job that you want? Are you ready to work in the industry? Are you ready to work in the fields? Where are you ready? Do you have the necessary
Doc,
tools? Just imagine a plumber
sorry for that interruption.
to do a job, and it comes
Excuse
here
me,
with
Doc.
an empty toolbox.
Sorry, we're having some concerns hearing you. Could you please be a little more audible and then possibly adjust your camera so we can have a better view of you? Thank you.
Okay, I'm just thinking of the technology that you can see me, but I can't hold this for a long time. I'm not using my laptop, I'm using my phone.
Okay,
But can you hear me
but
better now?
yes, sir. Yes, much better now.
Okay. So I'm talking about a plumber that arrives in your home to solve a leakage problem and it comes without his tool. Will it be very useful to you? The answer is no. If it comes with a small screwdriver, a small spanner, instead of a wrench that will allow him to loosen and fix the pipe, then he has come with the wrong tools and it's still not useful to you. If he comes in there and he knows how to work plastic pipes, when what you have are still stainless steel pipes, then he doesn't have the skill in his kitty. So it's still not very useful to you. So you have to prepare yourself for the industry you want to work in and ensure that you have the right tool. In your personal development and studies, focus on the requirement for your choice job. If you want to become the best wooden furniture maker, spend time to study and understand wood. So the first keyword is prepare. The second keyword is then to get the right tools for the job. Skills and tools you need for the job are most important. If you have the toolbox, you can fix the problem with the right skills and competencies, and you can produce better results. Tell me of a man who makes the best mousetrap. You heard that when Adam Smith said that in economics. If you make the best mousetrap, the world will beat their path to your doorpost. If you make the best product, if you make the best shirts, make whatever you do that is the best, the world wants the best. So you have to think world class and think about the tools you need for world class. Now, the other point about it is when you have a tool, some tools are blunt. You know that. Some tools are blunt. You need to sharpen the tools. You need to sharpen your saw. You need to continuously learn new skills. We're in an era where we talk about lifelong learning. Most people believe that once they finish the first degree and they receive their certificate, they have finished everything about learning. Whereas knowledge is changing continuously. The people who were skillful in manufacturing what they call encyclostyling or duplicating machine, or the people who were repairing the typewriters of old, they have gone extinct. They are now dinosaurs. Nobody knows about them. You need to find out new skills. Technology plays a trick every day. So you need to sharpen your tool. The World Economic Forum said that 50% of all employees will need new skills by the year 2025, or they will suffer unemployment and they will become extinct. So you need to sharpen your tool and to know what we call the SWOT, your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and threats. Now, in this forum, I will ask you to manage your SWOT. You need to manage your SWOT. From the skill base that you have, know where your strengths lie, know where your weaknesses, what your weaknesses are. Make sure you use the best of your strengths to funnel your strength towards the best opportunities that you have. Like 5 people. You have to make sure that. Can you still hear me? Network. I think network is not stable. Network is not stable. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, but we're straining a little.
Oh, okay, so let me go. So manage your SWOT, manage your strength and your weaknesses. Yeah. Be ready for
His own network. Our speaker has some network concerns, and we are trying to bring him back online. Please just bear with us for a few seconds. He's going to be back online shortly. He's going to be back online shortly.
Center. Please enter a conference ID followed by #.
Can I go ahead? Can you hear me?
We can't hear him now. That's why I don't want to respond.
Hello?
Yeah, we can see you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you with a minor bridge.
So no problem. Let me just continue. I was talking about managing, and I was talking about the things we need to get ready for the job of the future, or the job of now. I talked about getting prepared. I talked about getting the right tools. I talked about sharpening the tools. And I'm now on the other element I call managing your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And I said that there are a number of things changing the jobs that you have been looking for. They are not static, they are changing. One, because the world population is changing, even in your village. Before, maybe you are the only graduate engineer. Now there are 3 graduate engineers who can do the same job that you can do. The global economic power is also changing. Recently, we had a Nigerian company that sold an IT product for $200 million, and everywhere was agog with prices and all of that. Things are changing. People are moving in different directions. Urbanization is moving people to the cities, and people are looking for big jobs in the cities. Yeah, and then resource is still scarce. Before, the prime job used to be a job in the oil and gas industry, but then gas is playing a more prominent space now. The world is talking about safer, greener energy, yeah, renewables, yeah, and then technology is also changing, and with it, industry competitiveness. We need advantage of these opportunities, yeah, and of course, technology is the biggest influence. So you have to play in that technology space. You have to move beyond the analog. Now, I'll go to the next point. We probably need to get a new toolbox, yeah, for some jobs that technology is bringing. I will talk about 10 new skills you need to acquire if you want to continuously win in the new competitive space. The first thing is in the new tool. So you have a toolbox that's empty that you want to use for a job in space. You need to put a few kits in that toolbox. One, people management. You need to know how to manage management skills. So you need to learn that. Two, emotional intelligence is becoming so important now that we have to tune to the a spectrum of human emotions and measure and
Absolutely right.
Hello, Doc. Are you there? Hello, Doc. Are you there? We can hear you at the moment.
Is this our name?
Hello, Doc. Can you hear me? We're straining to hear you. Can you hear me, Doc?
Let's go. I don't know to off.
Okay, so while we try to get Dr. Amaikuro back online, there are a few things we would like to show us while we try to sort out the concerns of Dr. Amaikuro. We are really so sorry, especially those of us joining us now, those who are live. We're really so sorry about that. We're trying to sort the technical issues out. Training must be from the STEM field, from the science, technology, engineering, or mathematics background to be able to benefit optimally from this course. The course is going to introduce you to petroleum refining and crude oil composition, to overall refining flow, to separation processes, to thermal conversion processes, to the catalytic conversion processes, to the finishing processes, supporting processes. We're also going to look at the past and the future of the petroleum refining in Nigeria and all over the world. So we're still going to check if Dr. Ama Ikuru is available now. Okay, we have Dr. Ama Ikuru back online. We trust that the network would allow us this time. Welcome, Doc.
Yes, thank you very much. So I was talking about the chance that you are unable. I don't know if you guys heard me up to the point where I said you can have all the skills, acquire all the experiences in this world, and you will still not be one of the
Okay.
lucky few that will have paid employment. In which case, I wanted to start talking about what you need to do to create your own successful enterprise. So there are many more opportunities in entrepreneurship than we have in paid employment, which is why in what we do in my role in the Nigeria Content Development and Monitoring Board, we ensure that every training that we organize is combined with entrepreneurship training. We want to see more Nigerians become successful entrepreneurs, and to do that, we are giving them the skills that they need as entrepreneurs. Of course, you know that with everything that have to do with entrepreneurship, first, there has to be the decision, conscious decision to start a new business or to start a business. You are taking positive business action. I want to start delivering this good, producing this, or delivering that service. That has to be there. Then there's also the other very important component called innovation. Either finding better uses for existing resources or thinking of innovative ways of improving the resources to produce better outcomes or better results. So the technology is there, you apply it to new uses, you combine it with other technologies to serve the clientele or customer base better. That's entrepreneurship. Now, it turns out to be the greatest employer in the world, even in Nigeria, is creating a lot of new jobs for people. So all you have to do first is to sit back and ask yourself, what are you really interested in doing? What gives you joy? What gives you happiness? So if you are the type that likes cooking, for instance, if you're a man or a woman that likes cooking, and you are sure your food is always very delicious, then why not move out to provide that food and see if the world will buy it? You are good at doing it. You want to do it on a larger scale and make money out of it. That's entrepreneurship. That's what you want to do. That will give you the resources that you need. Once you decide to take action, the first question you want to ask yourself is, for whom? Who will you be selling the food to? Where are they located? How will you cook the food for them? When will you serve the food? The basic economic questions that you ask. For whom, what, when, why, how, and all those things. If you can answer those questions properly, then you can develop a business plan for yourself. This is my plan today. I want to start with the first 50 persons every day. If I can be selling to 50 persons every day, then in the next 3 months, I want to expand that to 100. And then I want to expand to other areas. That's entrepreneurship. That's how the best businesses get built. Yeah. So you think about your customer base. Then you think about innovation, new ideas that you want to add to improve your offerings and make it better than the offerings of people in your area who are doing the same thing. Who are your competitors? Then you find other markets so that you can actually grow. But before then, you need a clear business plan and you need to work it out to be sure that your business will be financially viable and compelling. You need to ensure that that is happening. Yeah. So when you are sure that that is happening, then you can be sure you have a business. You think about the type of food you cook, the place you sell it, how you will advertise it, how much you will sell it for, the people that work with you, how you motivate them to get the energy to continue to give good services. And then you think about how you solve problems in your business, because there will be problems constantly coming in. You have to be ready. It's not only the good side, the bad side, solving problems, making your customers happy. Now, there are so many things to read on entrepreneurship. And for those that are interested in participating in one form of entrepreneurship training or the other, The board is a good ground where we train people. Now, I want you guys to take the website address down because you will need it. www.ncdmb.gov.ng. That's our website. And you can put slash Nogic, NOGICJQS. If you go to that website today or at any time and you register yourself, the board will invite you to be a beneficiary of our entrepreneurship training program or any of the other technical training programs that we have. The Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board is an agency of government set up by the Act of Parliament, the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Act 2010. The key objective of that board is for the board to develop capacity of Nigerians, build their capacity to participate in activities happening in the other oil and gas industry. Today, that is being extended to cover the other parts of the economy. We need to build capacity of Nigerians to ensure that they can participate in economic activities taking place in Nigeria. The other component of it has to do with enforcing that law, making sure that activities taking place in Nigeria, consciously follow and obey the law. That's what the law sets us up to do. Now, side by side with that law, we have a policy in the Nigerian Content Board called the 60-20-20 policy. Under that policy, we ensure that 60% of the people that we train, one way or the other, have access to gainful employment. So employability is a factor. We want to be sure we are just not training for training's sake. I'm not interested in training 20,000 persons or 30,000 persons. It doesn't help me so much. If I train 100, those 100 or 60 of those 100 persons should find a job to do. People should employ them and use their services. You need to take note of that. The other thing that we do is that all our trainings end with international certification. It's very costly to certify people. Yeah, but when you are trained by the board, the end point will be that you are certified so that you can go anywhere in the world to work and say that you have that competence. Now, board-sponsored trainings come with allowances. So you are like a worker being trained. We pay graduates, we pay non-graduates allowances when they are working with us. And then the training is not 1 week or 2 days training. We train people for a minimum of 1 year. We have a combination of classroom training and field experience on the job training. And during the period that you are being trained, the board is magnanimous enough to pay people allowances. But the only way you can get the opportunities will be if you go to that website that I gave you to register with the board. In the past 10 years that the Nigerian Content Board has existed, we've trained over 10,000 Nigerians and invested over 9 million man-hours in training of people. And the board will continue to train people. We are also moving away from core technical. We are also combining, technical skills development with essential and soft skill development. So don't be surprised that you see somebody learning to farm or to do one thing in agriculture or one thing in the softer sides of learning, and we'll say it's being sponsored by the board. So in a nutshell, I want to tell you, I've been telling you, in this presentation that to do your job search, you need to be conscious of the trick that technology is playing on us and the things happening in our environment. The job market is changing, demographics changing, technology changing, customers' attitude changing. And so the number of opportunities available for all of us to compete for in the job market is quite limited. I gave a number available in the Nigerian job market. You have over 30 million youths looking for jobs, and there are only 500,000 jobs. You need to sharpen your skills. You need to get the right toolbox. You need to shine it so that when the opportunities come in and you are competing, you will come out tops. But peradventure, you are unable to get the job in the paid employment workspace. The best job you can get is as an employer of labor yourself. And remember, You cannot use the toolbox of the third industrial revolution for the challenges being posed in the fourth industrial revolution and expect to come out as a winner. You need to align your toolbox, change your smart card, and be ready for the job of the fourth industrial revolution. Thank you all very much for listening, and we hope one day we will meet and that it will be helpful to many of you. Thank you. So thank you. I don't know if you can still hear me, but I think that's the end of my presentation. And if you have any question, I can take some questions. Hello?
Is it my network?
Okay, thank you so very much, Dr. Ama Ikuru. We really appreciate you for that very powerful speech. Apologies to viewers who had some very trying time initially to be able to hear Dr. Ama Ikuru. I'm sure that technical challenge was sorted out in course of the speech. And so right now we want to go, as a result of the network consent, we are going to pick that message. We encourage all of you, for those the live audience right here in the hall here, those who are streaming from YouTube and those who are on Facebook, we encourage you to drop your questions. It's all going to be transmitted to Dr. Ama Ikuru, and he's going to answer all of your questions. We are going to pose those questions right back at you just after the response has been given. We are going to go into the next session now, a very powerful session in my opinion, and I'm sure you're also going to agree with me after the session. We have a very important guest who is about to come up to talk to us on how to communicate our skills in the open market. He has been streaming right from the morning hours even up till now, and patiently waiting to talk to us because of his brimming desire to impact on young people. Without further ado, I'm going to be presenting to us Engineer Justice Derefaka, who is the technical advisor on gas business to the Honorable Minister of Petroleum State. Justice Derefaka is a marine engineering graduate from the Rivers State University, Port Harcourt. He has a master's degree in environmental management from the University of Lagos and a second master's degree in sustainable leadership from the University of Cambridge, United Kingdom. He's also a doctoral research scholar, rounding up his study at the University of Bradford, United Kingdom. His doctoral thesis is on aligning corporate governance strategy with sustainability in the petroleum industry in Nigeria. Aside this, his other research interests spans into the value chain analysis of the natural gas industry, lessons from the developed economies and opportunities of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you this afternoon to take on the last session, but not the least, on communicating our skills in the open market. Engineer Justice Derefaka.
All right, hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? We have a network problem. Hello, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for having me here today. And I'm humbled, very well humbled. And I've listened to all the presentations. I think they were well thought out and insightful presentation. And indeed, the White Africa Job Fair is going to create that desired impact to all the listeners, and of course the attendees to this meeting. So first, I want to thank YAC management under the leadership of my brother and my friend, Engineer Sylvanus Kingston, and of course his able lieutenant, Noble Odoi, who is the COO. Thank you very much. And of course, the organizers behind this event. I mean, it's not easy. I've had time to organize similar events, and I know what it takes, time and energy and preparation. So very well done to all of you. Now, I would like to share my screen and then pitch my presentation. But before I start, I'd like to state clearly that some of us here today at this event may not be using the degrees that we have or the degrees that we were going to have to work. And the good thing is that the degree will serve as a springboard. Please confirm if you can see my screen now. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Not yet.
That's one thing with technology. They said technology will take over our jobs. No, technology is disgracing us. Let me try to share again.
There's always room for improvement.
Indeed. Let me cancel and come back again and see. I'll share the screen. Hello, can you see my screen now?
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
What's going on?
Sorry about the technical challenge. Yes, you're gonna sort it out real soon.
Okay, so it's giving us hard time now, so I don't know what to do. I mean, if I lose my current job, I have to struggle with these young ones to get a job again. But let me try one more time. If you didn't, I would
Is it possible to send us a copy of your presentation so we could help you out with the screen sharing?
That would take a long time. Let me just speak. Let me just speak, Yuri.
Okay. All right.
Should be working now. I'm literally fighting with this computer. Okay, gentlemen, I think I should just go ahead and I'll send a slide later. Is that okay? Hello, can you hear me? I lost you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I think I should just go ahead with my presentation.
Yeah.
So confirm you can hear me and you can see me.
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you.
Okay, very well. So, like I did mention, I appreciate all that you're doing and you keep doing for our teaming youths. And of course, I'd like to state here unequivocally that what this program stands to represent is in line with the current administration, or if you like, Mr. President's aspiration to take millions of people out of poverty and, of course, creating jobs. And that is one area the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, under the leadership of my boss, the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, His Excellency Chief Kudri Silva, is doing in the oil and gas sector, and of course, as a pivotal enabler with the abundant gas resources we have in the country. So I've been asked to speak on how to communicate your skills, that the skills, if you have the skills in the open market, and then or commercialize the skills. So that was commercialized before, now it's communicate. And I'm thinking that it is to deploy your skill set in the open market and be employable. And like Dr. Amekuru mentioned, some of the jobs currently in our industry across board will no longer be there in the next couple of years, because what COVID-19 has taught us is that we need to begin to, if you feel like, redefine, reapproach, and upskill some of our curriculum and competencies that we have to enable the future workforce thrive in the industries that we have in this country. So, like that was why I said that most of us will not be using our degrees to get the job that we went to the university for. However, it's a springboard, and that will now make it to have the skill set that I will be sharing, what I call the transferable skills, or if you like, the employability skills. Now, the objective, like it's clearly known by everybody, is to understand the goal as a job candidate, discover how to excellently present your skills to a potential employer, and understand the idea and concept of the transferable skills that you need as a graduate or even someone that is working that does not job. Remember, COVID-19 has made a lot of people lose their jobs. So there's competition in the job market for the teaming, your upcoming graduates or the young graduates and engineers, and those that are in the industry that have loved their jobs. So what would distinguish the old and the young is what you have, the transferable skills, and the other set of skill set that I will speak to that you've learned during maybe volunteering. So on overall is for you to recognize opportunities for presenting those skills through each of the job search that the previous speakers have alluded to. And then you as a candidate, your goal in terms of to present your skills in an insightful, well-rounded standard apart from the competition that you are going to go into to get a job, 3 jobs. If, for instance, the Shell, SPDC, or Ajib or Total puts out 7 to 18 jobs, you can imagine the number of people that will apply, including PhD holders. That meanwhile, the job is clearly stated that it's for somebody that has 3 4 years experience, that had a master's degree. PhD holders will apply for those same jobs. That's how the job market is. So what will distinguish you as a candidate in that phase is what matters, and which is what we'll be talking through as one of the objectives. And overall, of course, however, before you can effectively present your skills, you must first know your skills. So the next question is, how effectively do you search for the job to see how you can fit in with those skill set that you have? So it's not just about connecting with employers and applying for a job. It's about, number one, you determine the type of job that fits you from your degree, the new experience and exposures you've had, and trainings and skill set you've developed, and of course identify the employers and the type of jobs that exist in the market. And talking about jobs that exist in the market, remember, you need to equally come up with strategies to uncover the hidden job market. What I mean by hidden job market is that studies have shown that over 80% of jobs are never advertised. Now, how do you reach out to those 80% jobs that were never advertised? You need to, as a person, to carry out what we call effective job search strategy. So you need to divide your time into 2 parts. 80%, predominantly according to studies, says you must use it for networking activities, assessing your existing network and engaging employers developing new network, connecting with employers on social media and people that matter in the industry. Look for them for them to be your mentors, and of course you reach out to them on an agreed time and framework. So I think what I would have loved to add was some bit of mentoring, mentor-mentee relationship to give young graduates that opportunity to connect with industry leaders and of course have leverage on that to get the right job. Then the other 20% is on job posting. So you generally search for job sites, career centers, industry-specific sites, and of course company website that fit in with your desire. And then that will determine the type of jobs that you fit in. So if there are 17 bulbs that are not lit up, and once the switch is plugged on, only your bulb comes up to show that indeed you have that clearly stated. Then on the other bit, again, in determining the types of job that fits you, you need to, on your own, think about the skills, your interests, because it comes with passion. Like previous speakers have alluded to the fact that you must have passion for the job, and then your personal style, and then of course values. I had the discussion around when you go to interview, the etiquette you need to present and all of that. And all of those comes to play. And then in terms of demonstrating your suitability for that particular role, you must focus on the skills rather than just on the content, knowledge, and perhaps you have that you have developed throughout your degree and beyond your degree. So most times when I talk to friends and relatives, I ask them, what do you do with your 1 year NYSC? Apart from going for, do you want to call CD? I think it's CD. You just go play just. You use it for meaningful. And some people say they just go with just G's and write our names and we're out. You can be creative. You can learn a new skill. You can try to become an entrepreneur, just like Dr. Amaikuru mentioned. And then you think of your education and the extracurricular involvement as valuable professional experience. We are demonstrating your suitability for the role that you want to fit in the industry. Now, you probably need to consider the unique strengths that you contributed to, maybe during a part-time, a summer job, volunteer work, class projects, and maybe even during your hobbies and other involvements like religious events that you were part of. What role did you play? All of those soft skills come into play when an employer looks at your resume, because they know you have a degree. They know you went to one of these schools, but they're trying to look for a niche area, one single thing that will spot you out amongst the crowd, and then you are picked. So those are the things that need to be looked at. Now, in presenting your skills, involves number one, understanding your strength, like I did mention, knowing how you use your skills, knowing the skills required for that particular job, and knowing how to connect your skills to the job that's in the job market. So for those on this call, because I'm just like Dr. Ama, I'm academic inclined. So I have an assignment, and I believe that Engineer Silvanus and his team will get the assignment from all of you and then submit and mark by themselves. I call the assignment Professor Donjay's Skills Identification Exercise. Unfortunately, you're not seeing my slides. Number one question is, I want you to identify a recent work, a school or a volunteer situation, and then recall some of the tasks that you engaged, including those you enjoyed, as well as those you did not enjoy. Now you're trying to, from a funnel like this, you're pouring every Tom, Dick, and Harry. By the time you get to the funnel, it seals it and become refined when you use gravel and all of those. Now, the second part, I want you to select one of your own skills and write a sentence describing that skill set. Now, what you need to remember is that the ability to understand and describe your skills with depth, with passion, and insight is the key to effective job search preparation. So, for instance, I could just say, if I'm asked a particular question, I could say, okay, yeah, I am a high energy communicator with the skills, with the ability to effectively leverage technology, innovation, teamwork to present complex ideas to different target audience. Now, the different target audience comes across from your peers, your superiors, and even top management in an organization. Something has to put you aside and separate you. And in all of this, you are trying to what we call with MTN or Glow, You want port. So it's about the portability of the transferable skills. So taking your skills from where you are today and to the next ladder of inference that you want to climb to. And then you need to recognize, develop, and how do you sell your employability skill set. We're all familiar with the story about everybody, somebody, anybody, and nobody. Now, these four guys, because they're not accountable, they don't communicate properly well, they were given a simple task to do, and one was thinking that the other person is there because he's somebody, and the other one said anybody could do it, and then eventually nobody did the work. All of those things, if you have such attributes and tendencies, I want to bring that to the industry, or in any industry you want to work in, I'm afraid that will not fly. So what's employability skill set? It's basically the ultimate skill set that make you more employable, your personal skills, your interpersonal skills, your entrepreneurship, just like Dr. Amikuru mentioned, and of course, management, and of course, your career management skill set. So all of this come to bear, but I will probably elaborate further on all of them. Now, in developing your employability or transferable skill set, know that this is a lifelong cyclic process. So it doesn't just, it's not a one-stop stop that like Dr. Amma said, you keep learning. I am still learning. And which is why initially I mentioned that the first degree that we all have, not all of us, we use it to get to the job that we want to get to. I read marine engineering, which is why in my profile, every time I said I'm a marine engineering graduate, because I practiced marine engineering for just about 2 years. So now the question is, am I an expert in that area? I have awareness, I have skill set, and then I move to other areas, and I'm thriving in these other areas. So in terms of the cyclic process, you must have that awareness, you keep practicing, you get feedback, you reflect on those feedback, you refine yourself, and if you see that, okay, there is still a lacuna in that process, you go through the cycle all over again. So in terms of your employability skill set and how to sell and communicate them, you need to know that these skills and how to market them will help you impress potential employers and improve your chances of landing the job you want. Now, employers look at two things, two set of skills when they want to hire: the technical or work-specific skill, and of course, the one I've been talking about, the employability or the transferable skill. Now, the work-specific skills are the skills you need to do the tasks that you are part of the job. And this type of skills can be learned at school, training, just like we have with Yeec Africa, which is one of the formidable programs, or on the job. Now, on the job, you don't need to wait till you get a job. Like I did mention, I think gradually, this part of the world, we're beginning to appreciate volunteer jobs. You know, every single one of us will say, so how do I pay to go and be doing free work for them? They can't even give me transport. The truth of the matter is that you are building your skill set for them to even accept you to come in and do volunteer job. It's a big favor. Now, tomorrow, assuming that same company, maybe an oil gas servicing company, has some contract with an oil company, they will remember that you've been with them for a year or 2 years and you're not employed, but they say, hey, come on board. We need you to join the team to work in this contract job. And then you go in there. Now, luck will have it that you excel so very well in that contract job with a particular oil company or particular firm or a civil engineering company, and the company will come behind it to say, hey, we are likely to have opportunities in the next 6 months. We'd like to be a staff of our company. I can tell you 70% of people working in oil and gas industries got their jobs after they work for a servicing company. They got to work with the oil company as contract staff, and they eventually become staffs. I can tell you for free. So begin to endeavor to volunteer to work in servicing companies and other companies of repute that you think that will leverage you to have those transferable skills. Now, employers usually screen job applicants for work-specific skills, yes. Now, so that means that when you're invited to a job interview, which I won't speak much to because Dr. Wisdom and the Reverend Lady has spoken on that, the employer has probably already decided that you have or can learn the necessary work-specific skills. So nobody knows it all. which is why the likes of Sloan BJ, Baker Hughes, and Transocean, all of them, when they go to, when they want to start their employment, they pick the top-notch graduates, they train them, and then you become competent on the job. So with employers, what employers are often looking for during job interviews are signs that you have the employability, that transferable skills they need, because they can on their own train you on the job. They send you for training. Slum Better, when they recruit you, they don't just take you to the field, because that means you just go and kill everybody there at the field, on site, including companies like Shell and ExxonMobil, RGP, and the rest of those. When they employ you as a new graduate, that's what we call a buddy system. Somebody supervises your work up until such a time that you go through a probation period until they find it fit that you have those skill set to work on your own with less supervision. So still speaking on employability skill set, the employability skill set is also there are the fundamentals: teamwork and personal skills. So teamwork, I talked about the everybody, somebody, nobody, and those four guys that were trying to apportion blame to say, you are supposed to, I thought you were going to do it, and nothing happened. And then you need to succeed in almost every job if you have these transferable skills. And why it is called transferable skill or employability skill is that you can take those skill set to any other job as opposed to the work specific skill set that you have. Now, example of employability skills include teamwork, time management, problem solving, and fundamentally communication skills. I will reiterate and emphasize communication skills matters a lot. And then you can carry these skills, like I did mention, and then if you don't have a lot of work experience, you've developed employability skills at work, in school, while volunteering, like I did mention, and then that can help you get a job. Now, one challenge is to show a potential employer that you possess these transferable skills and have used them in the past during interviews. I wanted to chip in during interviews when with Dr. Weiser was talking about CV and the Reverend was talking about interview etiquette. Now, one thing, because I am a recruiter, I interview people as well. One thing a typical interviewer want to hear about you is, in a team, in a group of, in a teamwork, what was your role? How did you manage challenges? When you have issues with your boss, how are you able to manage such situations? So it's your specific role. So during an interview, and this I will give it to you for free, when they ask you a question and you don't understand the question, please, one simple secret I will tell you, as I said, can you rephrase your question in another way? The trick is this. It's a good trick, and I've used it several times. So I wanted to use it. When you're telling them to rephrase the question, you're thinking of a suitable answer to give you. So while you're thinking of the question, is rephrasing the question, you already have an answer. Now, when you give your answer and another person in the team, one thing again I would like to tell you all, sorry I'm taking much of your time on this, is that before you come for the interview, they've apportioned the questions they're going to ask you. Now, don't focus on the man that asks you the question. When you're talking, when the man asks you the question, as you started talking, talk to the other two, look eyeball to eyeball. So what they are saying is you're communicating, you're demonstrating confidence and poise. Now, when they ask you again anything else, that is very tricky. What they're telling you is that the answer you gave is not what they want to hear, something particular. And then you need to think of what you need to say. So the strategy is from the onset, identify your employability skills. That is one thing they want to hear from you. And I note that these skills are grouped into three categories. I will just enumerate them. One, basic or fundamental skills, team or interpersonal skills, and of course, number three, personal skills. So let's take a closer look at these transferable skills. Now, in terms of personal skills, you have integrity, which the Reverend spoke to, and then you have initiative, dependability and reliability. You are adaptable. You can easily adapt into a new environment that you're coming in. And of course, professionalism, you must at all costs demonstrate professionalism. Now, in terms of people skills, I've mentioned it over and over again: teamwork, communication, very fundamental, and respect for people, irrespective of their religion, their background, or wherever they come, including their disability. You don't use it against them, because you need to demonstrate emotional intelligence and empathy when you're working in this space. So those are the skills that they will, and then of course there is the workplace skills, planning and organizing, problem solving, decision making. So if you're making a decision, what informed you to make those decisions is data. Information is key, is powerful. And of course, business fundamentals, customer focus, and working with tools and technology like Dr. Wisdom mentioned. Now, the basic fundamentals employability skill set, you must learn how to use numbers to observe and of course record data. And then you must learn how to gather, analyze, and apply information from a variety of sources. What supervisors, managers, general managers, directors want to see is what we call an helicopter view of whatever situation that is. And they will ask you two questions. You will spend 24, 48, or 72 hours preparing your slides or your project, what you've done. You have a project that you've carried out, and maybe the project is up to 70 pages. And then your presentation slide is about 15 to 25 slides. What top management want to see is just 2 slides. Problem and the solution. Now, when you show the problem and you show the solution to them, they'll ask you another question. What are my options? What are the pros and cons? So you should be able to have those kind of skill set. And that's where data analytics come into play. So that way you're not solving problem by assessing situations, identifying issues, and making decisions using good judgment for the business. Those skills, I am not sure, are taught in the university. In my time, we were not taught such. Then be able to learn to use computer softwares. And then, of course, manage social networking tools. Now, the teamwork, employability, or transferability skill, these are the interpersonal skills. They will help you achieve teamwork. And of course, the teamwork skills include you should be able to get along with people by making sure that the team's goals are clear and by cooperating with the team to reach these goals. That's what we call, in our days when we went through the training in the oil company, that's what we call Bell-Beans theory. So every single individual in the team has a role to play. And in forming a team that is storming, norming, forming, and performing. The storming stage, when you come to a team, you see somebody will say, I went to Harvard. The other one will say, I went to Cambridge. Then another one will say, I attended the University of Benin. And then the one from Harvard will say, I'm going to be the team leader. Who says who? So those attitudes should come that ordinarily your team members, all everyone look at you and say, I think Mr. Israel should be the team member. I think Mr. Mark should be the deputy team leader. And I think maybe Ibim or Ibiso should be the facilitator of our activities. So you share roles. So from the storming, you begin to normalize, and then you begin to perform, and then you deliver the result. And then you must have respect. You must respect differences in opinion, perspectives, and background. And then you should be flexible when new ideas, information, or requirements are presented. You don't, in a team meeting, somebody made a statement or profile a solution, you say, I don't think that will work. No, you don't say that. You just say, okay, well, I have a different perspective to what you have said, and I'm looking at it from this angle. So it's contribution. And then you try to learn to resolve conflict with your team members in a way that's best for the group. And then accept and offer constructive feedback. Constructive, not damning, not disreputable feedback, because then you begin to create a toxic atmosphere in your workplace. And then you overall identify and present ways to improve the task or the project. So the personal employability skills, you must maintain a positive attitude, and you must organize tasks and set goals so your workday has structure and balance. So you don't try to conflict your activities, and at the end of the day, you tell your boss, sir, can I do this thing tomorrow? Meanwhile, he has given assignment, I say, deliver it today. You don't know how serious it is with his other boss. And they're like, this is not a team player. This guy is going to cause me a problem. And then you should learn to continuously accept feedback. A feedback is one thing that has made leaders. Feedback is one thing that has made entrepreneurs. Because by the time you get that feedback, what it does is that it gives you an opportunity to rewire your brain, it recalibrates your brain, so your brain is reset to say, I made this mistake, and it's not gonna happen again. And of course, you manage your well-being by coping with challenges and dealing with stress effectively. But be accountable for the actions you and your work group or your team members are giving. Accountability is very important as well. Like you saw the everybody, somebody, nobody, and anybody paradigm. Now, in terms of how you market your skill set, a good way to keep track of your employability skills is on your master resume. I won't bother much on that because Dr. Wisdom has talked much about that, including the cover later. But remember to include examples of the situations where you used these skills. Keeping a master list of your skills means you don't have to remember them each time you apply for a new job. So you have it at your fingertips, and you can, of course, speak to them directly anytime, any day. Now, if you've been able to identify those skill set, you need to showcase them so prospective employers can appreciate them and want to hire you. Because that's the whole idea of you having that employability or transferable skill set. So simply listing your previous job responsibilities probably won't be enough to highlight these critical skills. So it is especially true that one thing you need to do is to be applying for work that is different from what you've done before. Then another thing I like to have is keep in mind that that you can transfer these skills to any new niche area. Like we all know, COVID-19 has taught us so many things, and even in the fourth industrial revolution 4.0, digitalization is taking place. How can you fit in quickly to be seriously involved in the industry, to be one of those for the future workforce? So, for example, in your school's graduation, what did you do in your planning? What did you do? What did you use technology to achieve? Did you develop an app that makes sure that when people are registering for an event you're organizing in school, they know the time and venue? Can anyone develop an app that shows your classmates? Maybe I'm the course rep of a particular course. I develop an app. So if there's a change in lecture, the lecturer is not going to come, the app just pop up and give you an information. Those are other innovative ideas that you can put to use. Now, one of your main goals when crafting your resume, I wouldn't want to dwell so much on that, is that you should be able to grab the attention of your hiring managers to stay ahead of the competition. Because those spotty issues are what they will look at for. What differentiates you? In the pack of lions, why are you the king of the jungle? And that's why it's important to market yourself similar to a company's product. You should advertise and sell these skills to the employers. Now, marketing your skills and ability to hiring managers will help them understand how their company would benefit if they invest in you. The Reverend Mrs. mentioned that as well. So your goal when marketing yourself to employees is to prove not only that you are right for the job, but that you are right for the company as well. Now, one way to demonstrate your skill is to use what we call the STARS, STARS technique. Using these 5 prompts, we will learn to clearly describe how you use your skills in specific situations and the results you will achieve. Number 1, S, situation. So you'll be asked to describe the circumstances and the problem you faced. T, task. Explain what you needed to do, why you needed to do it, and the challenges you involved. A, action. Describe the actions you took, which I did mention that in a teamwork, you must identify, you must specifically state what you did to contribute to the overall big picture of that teamwork. And then the arrow in the star is result. You will explain what happened as a result of your efforts. How did your tiny, winning little effort contribute to the big picture? And then, of course, finally, skills. You highlight the skills you used to accomplish what you did in that teamwork. So in doing all of this, what you're basically doing as an individual is you're building a unique identity for yourself. And you do that by identifying and categorizing these your skills into teams: leadership, organization, and communication. So for leadership, vision, motivation, and delegation, you can't do it all. Forget it. delegation comes to play in every facet of our life. Sometimes even our mothers, when they forget that they're not supposed to send you to go and bring their purse or wallet, like my dad, when he's sitting in the sitting room watching TV, especially 9 o'clock news, he will forget that he doesn't want anybody to know where his purse is. Say, okay, Justice, go to my wardrobe, second to the third suitcase, inside the breast pocket, you'll see my wallet. Oh, that's why you keep the wallet. So, and I know where the wallet is. You have delegated me. Now, the good thing is that the next time, you're not going to repeat it for me anymore because I've done that before and you can send me to do that again. The second one, organization, is setting priorities. You must itemize every task given to you in order of their priority and their seriousness and commitment, and then creating the goals. Now, for communication, relationship building, and collaboration comes into play. So then you think about what you do and of course, how you use those skills. Then beyond that, once you've created a unique identity, you have now invariably created your own statement, your signature, I call it. So you can clarify and build your specific skill statement, communication skills, customer presentation, simplifying information, knowing an audience, and multimedia technologies. Now, engaging and of course, and versatile communicator with the proven ability to effectively leverage technology to present complex ideas to diverse audience is one key thing every management entity want to see in their employees. Because with that, they have confidence that you will deliver irrespective of what they ask you to do. So there are selling attributes that you need to have to be able to market yourself in this current climate that we're in, because don't forget, the competition is rife and everybody needs to own their game. So you need to develop your personal brand. You must have your own brand. Say, this is me. This is what I'm good at. When I step out, people need to know. People know that, oh, Justice is here. He is good in this. No wonder that's why he's here. And you must maintain a strong online presence, communication. Keep abreast of what is happening. What are they discussing on LinkedIn in terms of the career? Try to follow leaders you admire that you want to be like. I have about 4 of them that I admire. One of them is the former MD of Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas, Babs Omotoa, who yesterday sent me the book he has written. He has achieved so much, and I like, hey, I'm getting older. I'm not achieving half of what this man has achieved. But I think I'm on the right path, and we will see how it goes. Then you must deliver a captivating elevator pitch whenever you are called upon to showcase your point at part of your selling attribute. And then you're able to demonstrate how your skills will help that company. Don't ever forget that. And of course, conduct extensive research on the company, which people have talked to, so I won't waste much of your time. Now, the other thing I'd like to speak to again is that look for avenues for developing your marketable skills. So as a fresh graduate, your labor market skill set is sure limited, but that doesn't mean you don't have what to offer out there. So you need to set up yourself for success. And there are key avenues which you can give a quick career skills boost, and one of which is internship, which I talked about, internship or volunteering to work somewhere. And then look for mentors. It is very, very important. Today, as I am, I have mentors. When I jam a brick wall with respect to what I do and don't think that I don't make mistakes, don't think I don't have challenges, I call them and I have engagement with them. I tell them this is my problem and this is how I want to go about it. And I put it to them straight on. I said, because the one good thing is that when somebody accepted to be your mentor, you have the opportunity of asking him every relevant and stupid question concerning that industry. So I look him in the face. If you were me, what would you do differently? And then the answers begin to come. So from the preponderance of opinion, mentor 1 gives you 1, mentor 2 gives you, mentor 3 gives you, mentor 4 gives you 4 different state-of-the-art, let me call it state-of-the-art consortium of advices from this huge professional, this gigantic professional that have been in industry for 25, 30 years. So combine 4 of my mentees that have been in industry for 25, 30 years. That's 30, 60, 90, 100. That's 120 years of experience is what I am bringing to bear after I've taken the collective advice. So I can never be faulted. So ladies and gentlemen listening to me, look for a mentor. I have one, and I'm looking forward to getting one more by Q1 next year. And then try to endeavor. COVID-19 has done so many things. So most of the conferences and seminars and events, ordinarily that you will have paid to attend, they are being subsidized. Some are even free. When you see such webinars, don't say, I don't have data. Look for money to get data and listen in. You will learn more. And at the end of the day, don't forget, if they don't share the presentation slides, one of your first or second questions should be, please, can we have the slides of this speaker or that speaker? You sit back and then you digest this information, and then gradually you begin to gain those experiences. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't want to boast too much, but I like to say one thing about the future. Dr. Amma mentioned that, but I like to add more. There are 10 skills for the future workforce. Now, to be successful in the next decade, you will need to demonstrate foresight in navigating a rapidly changing landscape like ours, and form and skills requirements. So at least COVID-19 has started all of these issues. So we begin to recalibrate, or if you like, upskill our competencies to meet up with that demand. The industry where I work, we are prone to shocks, and we know how to adapt and, of course, quickly do what we call a strategy refresh and bounce back. So you will be expected to continually reassess your skills for the future. And when employed, don't forget that you will need to be adaptable to lifelong learning. So have in mind, sense making, transdisciplinarity is very important. So anyhow, there's going to be restructuring or downsizing in an organization. You might even be the one that will pick to say, come and lead this restructuring for us. And then you must have novel and adaptive thinking, social intelligence, new media literacy, computational thinking, cognitive load management, design mindset, cross-cultural competencies as well. Because in a team, there will be different set of, I've worked in different teams that sometimes the accent of some people are like, can you come again? You struggle to hear some accent, but the point is you are in it, and that's the new normal we'll be facing. Because if you are gainfully employed today and you work in a virtual team, one of your team members in Houston, another one is in Singapore, the other one is in Malaysia. When the meeting is fixed, everybody will agree to say, okay, this meeting, the last time it was fixed for my 11 p.m. I'm supposed to be in bed. The next one should be fixed by 11 a.m. my time. You negotiate that because there need to be virtual collaboration. All of those are skill sets, ladies and gentlemen. So the question I would like to ask, I'm trying to wrap up now, is your skills future-proof? Because with many organizations undergoing or planning to undergo digital transformation, employers are keen on recruiting employees with high-tech or digital skills. It's a no-brainer. It's a given. So one way of standing out of the crowd can be by showing potential employers how your skills can be beneficial to them, not just at present, but also in the long term. Because businesses look at short, mid, and overall long-term sustainability of their business. They don't want somebody that will like, after 2-3 years, you're not valuable to them. So the next thing is that they're showing you how to begin during the next restructuring. And restructuring, downsizing, reorganization always happen in every organization. So it is imperative, ladies and gentlemen, for every young graduate or job seeker to learn some or all of the following skills if they must thrive in the highly competitive industry, irrespective of your career choice. Number one, data science and analytics. Number two, cybersecurity. You know, we're going digital, everybody. There are estimated that there will be billions of people that will be on the internet, and there is data privacy and secrecy. And there is what I call our common enemy, the hackers. I call them the hacktivists. So there will be jobs for people that will be cybersecurity or cyber experts to checkmate at the other end of the organization, the boundary of the to checkmate all of those. So those are jobs that will be coming. Of course, creative thinking and digital designs and data visualizations, like using different software to showcase presentations to management. So in summary, ladies and gentlemen, employability skills for me are the skills that everyone needs to do almost any job. Very, very important, almost any job. And like I did mention, self-management, thinking and solving problems, working together and communicating, and of course, understanding the industry and the business you're trying to go into, and of course, using numbers effectively and using language effectively. So that is a positive approach that you need to adapt. Now, having a degree doesn't guarantee you a job. Sorry, it's a hard truth, but I need to say it. Remember to always find the best way to present what you have to offer. Transferable skills. Your ultimate goal is to successfully combine your skills, your experiences, your academics, your training, and personality traits that employers are seeking. And remember, your skills will get you the job if you market them successfully. So overall, it is about when you look in the mirror. So for instance, a pussycat want to deceive himself. If he looks in the mirror, he's thinking that it's a lion. You're not a lion. So you have to be you, and you have to be knowing, and then you have to be doing, and of course, you have to be relating and communicating to the right people. So my question is that, will you be the next one to grab that big job when it is advertised? Are you going to have the wings of an angel to fly and get a job? Or there will be shackles on your feet because you don't have the skill set to grab that job? Now, I'd like to mention some comments from the other side, typically of an HRO person, which I have done some. Now, some people recently asked some employers what transferable skills they were looking for in a graduate student. And these are what some of them said. Well, we needed well-developed project design, planning, and implementation and evaluation skills. Given. Another one said we need data gathering, analysis, and precision for at least descriptive statistics and content analysis. Different set of skill set. Then another one said we need people that are good in technical writing, presenting information objectively, and project reporting. Another skill set. And then others will say inclusive, welcoming manner in community settings. A different skill set. That means you'll be working with community people where the community projects are, because I mean, you have all that it takes. Now, I wouldn't want to dwell much on the top 10 employability skills and how you can develop this skill set. It's on the slides. I will forward it to the organizers for them to share with you guys. So the big picture is that in the crowd of people after employment, who takes the job? It's your transferable skill set. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say and conclude that, number one, when you have those transferable skill sets and with your technical competence and your degree, you have to be yourself, but be your best self. Thank you very much. Hello, can you hear me there?
Thank you so very much, sir. That was a very explosive session. Explosive because it was your session. In your session, things were able to crystallize. Okay, we were able to pick out very tangible action points. Personally, what I saw was you brought to light the ability for a fresh graduate or someone with otherwise zero experience to be able to fit in and even compete for an experienced role via building all of this competence. You mentioned things like volunteer jobs and so much more, building certain kind of skills, teamwork, problem solving, communication skills, building transferable skills, and so much more. We really appreciate that. I know that there will be a question or two from the live audience here, and so if you have a question, could you please indicate so that our resource person would handle that?
I thought I used a simple language addition. Are there questions? Okay, go ahead.
Of course, there will always be questions.
All right.
Yes. Questions?
There are last questions.
Are there questions online?
Come back to tiredness.
Could you?
Do you want to come back to your tiredness to understand it?
Sorry, are there questions online?
I can't see
Susan,
any
any
questions
questions?
online. No questions online for now.
Yes, that speaks of a very unequivocal and straight to the point presentation.
Thank
Thank
you.
you
Sorry, I
so.
thought I took so much time.
That's fine. It was worth it, and some of us were still very willing to keep hearing because of the energy and the mode of presentation as well as the content. Thank you so very much. Heard so much about you, and I'm so happy to see you. You know,
Oh, thank you.
I've heard,
Thank you for
I've
having
read,
me.
I've also read a lot too about you. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
very much.
Silvanos will not allow me rest if I don't come. Thank you.
On behalf of Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, the president and the entire leadership of Yeec Africa, we want to really appreciate you for your time. Particularly, want to really, for me, I'm a little, I don't know the nature of the relationship you have with the president, but you have been here from the start, even up till now. We acknowledge the fact that you were called upon way over 1 hour even before your session, but you were here patiently, even with us. We are really, really grateful for that. Thank you so much, Engineer Justice Derifaka. God bless you.
That's one of the things. That's one of the transferable skills. So if I need to speak about transferable skills, I need to demonstrate it. I've been here because I need to know that reliability matters, integrity matters, and of course, yeah, passion and the enthusiasm with which you demonstrate and show that this is it, and if I'm in it, I'm in it, and I'm in it for good. So thank you for that. Hello, can you hear me now? I think I've lost you again. Hello, can you hear me? Am I allowed to go now? Hello?
very much interruption. I'm grateful that the network concerns came up just after your session. Thank you so very much. Okay, so for those online on the various social media platforms, we want to say a very big thank you for your time. Tomorrow promises to be one very explosive one again. Tomorrow we're going to be having Engineer Justice Derefaka again. I was thinking that that's going to be exciting. Yes, he is going to be showing us another dimension towards equipping us to be better prepared for the available jobs there, as well as maybe even creating our own jobs. Thank you so very much for all of our resource persons, those still online, those who presented. Thank you for the live audience. Thank you so much for those who streamed from all the social media platforms. I want to say a very big thank you to you. Tomorrow is yet another day, 12 noon, on the same platforms, just about the same way you connected. And tomorrow promises to be hitch-free, free from all of the network concerns that we have. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Bye for now.
The problem of unemployment gives rise to the problem of poverty. Young people, after a long time of unemployment, find the wrong way to earn money. To get a hideout from the unemployment stress, they accept alcohol or drugs. But we have found a way to help you, yes, you, to get a job, internship, or become self-employed. Hi, my name is Irene. Do you want a place where your innovative ideas and inventions will be amplified and showcased to the world to attract investors and linkages? Are you interested in building a career in the oil and gas industry? Do you have desire to learn cinematography and photography at no cost? Do you want financial aid or seek capital for entrepreneurial development? Or are you interested in ICT software development and surveillance training? Well, Yeec Africa is the biggest and newest platform to help you achieve your dreams. As Yeec Africa, we will hold your hands through the process by offering you the needed mentorships, trainings, fundings, and linkages. All Yeec Africa programs are free for her members. So, hurry now, register, and become a member of Yeec Africa. How do you register? Simply log on www.yeecafrica.com/membership to choose your preferred membership category. When done, a unique membership code will be sent to you. Use your membership code to apply at www.yeecafrica.com/programs. Download the form, fill it, scan it, and send it back to us at programs@yeecafrica.com. To get all our announcements and updates, join our Telegram group for direct conversations at t.me/Yeec Africa Telegram. Being a part of Yeec Africa and getting our free trainings will be one of the best decisions you ever made. Your future self will thank you.
Young Engineers Entrepreneurship Club, Yeec Africa, River State University Oil and Gas Training Center. Today is an epoch-making event, and we are superlatively excited about it.
I had some tantrums of saying, I can't do this is too hard. When I was a kid and comparing myself to everyone else and saying, I can't do it, I'll never be able to do that. My parents always sat me down and said, look, Nick, yes, there are things that you can't do, but don't say, I can't do it. Ask yourself, how can I do it? You know, there's ways around it. You can get from one side of the mountain to another, but you don't just have to walk over it. Maybe you can go underneath it or around it, or there's always ways in achieving the same goal. The way that I've achieved in my life doesn't always look the same for everyone else. But the key to that success was I believed in myself. If someone else could do something, then I could try and work out how. It starts with believing in yourself.
Do you know that one of the most sought-after skill on the planet right now is data science and analytics? And according to KPMG survey, 99% of chief executives identify analysis of big data as important to their strategy. And PricewaterhouseCoopers and Business Higher Education Forum both say that 2.72 million projected number of new job postings in 2020 are seeking workers with data science and analytics skills. Now the question is why? With the abundance of data available at our fingertips today, the opportunity to leverage insight from that data has never been greater. This will have a few impacts, but primarily the value of data analysts will go up, creating even better job opportunities and career progression options. This makes now the perfect time to start a journey into the world of big data analytics, with many education experts saying that data science and analytics is so vital that it should be taught in secondary schools as well as higher education institutions. And the great news is that at Yeec Africa, you can get trained in data science and analytics for free. The aim of Yeec Africa Professional Data Analytics and Artificial Intelligence Training is to transform thousands of Africans into global technology innovators, consultants and entrepreneurs who are skilled in the art of developing innovative solutions for various industries via manipulation, torturing and turning raw data into actionable insights. A prospective trainee only needs to register for professional membership of Yeec Africa and then get a membership code to participate in the training. So, just becoming a professional member of Yeec grants you automatic access. Our trainees can either be trained at the beginner level, intermediate level, or the advanced level. For more details on the modules, kindly visit our website at www.yeecafrica.com. Yeec Africa